All right, everyone. So welcome. We are about to start our public hearing on the school choice program. But before we get there, it looks like I probably need to start with some of my welcoming remarks to begin with. We hold a civil meeting, very similar with Boxborough Town Meeting. We don't hold up signs. So I'm going to ask everybody to go ahead and put those down, please. We're also not going to applaud and not boo. Everybody needs to feel like they can come here and speak and be heard. So appreciate that you all are here. We would ask you to please respect the rules that we have for our meeting. Thank you. All right, so earlier when we called the meeting to order, I noted that we are being recorded. This is on ActonTV's YouTube channel, and it will be posted on ActonTV's website. And I do appreciate that some of you have put your signs down. You are here demanding respect. We're also asking that you respect our rules as well, please. Okay, so I am calling the public hearing of the fiscal year 27 Acton-Boxborough Regional School District, Massachusetts DESE School Choice Program hearing to order. And I'm going to turn this over to Andrew to talk us through this.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So this is the annual school choice hearing. Just to clarify, especially since in Acton-Boxborough we've used the term school choice for a variety of programs. This is not the sort of internal school choice experience that we know within the district, but this is the interstate or inter-community choice program that is in the state of Massachusetts, where towns can choose to invite students from other municipalities to enroll in their school district. This is a program that in many previous years Acton-Boxborough had participated in, but then ceased doing so in 2021. There's sort of costs and benefits that different districts weigh. The benefit that sometimes districts weigh is certainly that districts receive about $5,000 per student who they enroll through the choice program. And so certainly there are communities who feel that that offers a benefit for them from a financial standpoint and programmatic standpoint. We are recommending that we continue to remain withdrawn from the school choice program. The cost benefit, I think, for our district is not one that would warrant returning to it. We do have some remaining students currently enrolled because individuals who have siblings who are in the choice program are allowed to remain, and so we have about 2 students remaining, and then they will age out. As you can see in the memo, our current per pupil costs are a little over $22,000 at last calculation with DESE, and so really the math doesn't provide justification for that. There's also additional other sort of costs that schools that experience and participate in the program sort of take on that I think also complicate that metrics or that calculus. So again, the recommendation is to remain withdrawn. There's the motion language at the bottom if no one has questions, but also happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, seeing none.
I move that the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee moves to remain withdrawn from the school choice program. Existing school choice students will remain through graduation.
Second.
All right, so that was moved by Adam and seconded by Liz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion passes.
I move to adjourn from our public hearing.
Second.
All right, so that was moved by Adam, seconded by Lisa. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we are complete there. All right, so now we are moving into our regular business meeting. And so welcome, everybody. We are glad that you are here with us this evening. I'm sure we have a fairly large turnout because we are here to talk about finally coming to a path forward with AB Forward so that we can really focus on implementation. as we do this, as I mentioned, this is a business meeting, so what you're witnessing is the school committee doing business in public. It's here for the public to observe, but really this is a conversation between the members of the school committee as we figure out the best way ahead. One of the biggest challenges that we have, and I think we've all kind of felt this throughout this process, is that as new information comes out, the only place we can discuss this is here, together, as a team. And so we've really appreciated the emails that we've gotten, and I understand that a lot of you have received some pretty stock answers from me at this point. And the reason for that is that we can't talk about all this new information until we've had a chance to talk about it as a community, or as a committee. So we appreciate your feedback, and we're going to have that conversation now. We will give an opportunity for some public comments here in a moment. But first, we're going to welcome up our student representatives. I think we have Nikhil and Zainab here to come tell us a little bit from the student point of view of what's going on. Come on up. I am going to remind my own committee member that we are not applauding. As much as we appreciate our students, we're glad we're here, we are not applauding, we're not booing, we are having a civil meeting.
Understood, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Good evening. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Zainab, and today we'll be debriefing some of the events from the high school this past month. So on Tuesday, we had our National Honor Society induction ceremony, and this year, 92 juniors, including myself, were inducted, and it was a really beautiful ceremony with our jazz band performing. Notably, we also recently had our duct tape fundraiser for the class of 27, where we taped teachers and Miss Dean to the wall for $1 per piece of tape. And from what I've heard, we've also raised a strong amount of money for events like senior prom for the class of 27 next year. Next, the Student Ambassadors Program is currently recruiting ambassadors for next year. And in this program, upperclassmen are paired with incoming freshmen just based off their interests and experiences. So ambassadors just help welcome new students to AB during 8th grade tours and orientation. And I was actually an ambassador myself last year, and it was a really rewarding experience just getting to help new freshmen coming into the school. So just looking ahead, we're also excited about preparations for senior prom on May 2nd this year. It will be at the Danwin Sport Yacht Club, and the theme is Starry Night. And we're hopeful this will be a memorable experience for our seniors. So that concludes my updates for this evening. On to Tushar.
Unfortunately, Nikhil isn't here tonight, so I'm talking in place of him. I'm Tushar. I'm a sophomore at the high school. A couple things to talk about. The high school band played the national anthem at Fenway Park on Easter weekend. It was for the Red Sox game, and it went very well. I was there that day. And tomorrow, the jazz band is going to be holding their annual swing night, and they're going to be playing along with the local band known as the Soft Touch Band and the R.J. Gray Junior High Jazz Band. It's a very fun experience, and it's just a lot of fun time, and there's a lot of free food. In the past month, we had concerts for band, chorus, and orchestra in the Reagan Gym. We had the Stepping Out concert, the Strung Together concert, and the Pan Choral concert. In the future, Senior Community Day service is coming up on April 17th, where all seniors will meet at the school for breakfast and then head out across Acton for community service projects. And a couple things in the past, we had MCAS on March 24th and 25th for English. Math is going to be sometime in May, and then science in early June. And finally, the last thing on my part was that course registration finished for all students, and we're expecting schedules to come out towards the beginning of the next school year. Yeah.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments for Zainab and Tushar? Glenn.
Thank you for this. And the anti-suicide walk is this Saturday, yes?
Yes.
Could you say a little about that?
You want to talk about that? Yes, the anti-suicide walk is on Saturday, where people are going to walk around Acton and in support of going out and spreading this awareness against suicide in our community.
Adam?
I'm curious which administrator got the most duct tape to the wall.
I've heard quite a lot about Miss Hogue, our PE teacher, and I know about Miss Dean. I heard she got a lot of tape as well.
Excellent. Next time that happens, let the school committee come as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that update. And I really appreciate you highlighting the ambassador program. I think that's something that we've talked about with our elementary schools and some potential there. And it's really nice to hear that that is such a solid program at the high school and that it's so influential.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. All right, so can I see a show of hands of people who are interested in speaking during public participation? All right, you're going to make me do math. I see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21? Okay. So we usually set aside 20 minutes for this, and I'm counting about 21, so we'll do 1 minute for individual time. And okay, so per school committee policy BEDH, members of the public are invited to speak for this evening, 1 minute. Public participation will only take place at this time during our meeting. Speakers must be recognized by the chair before speaking, and the committee does not typically respond to comments during public participation. So I'll set my timer, and please come up and form a line. And I'm going to ask that everybody come up and form a line at this point so that we don't have like the line that just keeps growing. Yep, that's the mic you're headed for.
So start?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
my name is Martha Bethel, and I was a teacher at Douglas for over 20 years, and I have been very involved in subbing since I retired a few years ago. And I just want to make a few comments. The heart and the soul of any community are its schools, and what you have done here is decimated that foundation. This is not simply a reorganization. The simultaneous reshuffling of both students and teachers has dismantled the relationships, trust, and collaboration that take years to build. School communities are not interchangeable parts. They are built through consistent teamwork, shared experience, and deep knowledge of students. By uprooting both children and educators at the same time, you have erased that stability.
15 seconds.
Students will feel this the most. When both their peers and their teachers are in flux, the sense of belonging and identity that defines a school community disappears. For children 5 through 12, that stability is not optional, it is essential.
Thank you.
The damage, I have one more thing to say. I have lived here for over 3 decades and been very involved in the schools, and I've never seen such an irresponsible, reckless, and harmful decision made by any school committee.
Thank you. As I said, everybody has to feel like they can come up and speak. We're not going to clap. We are not going to boo. We're going to have a civil meeting. So please come up and introduce yourselves. And when we've run out of time, if you are still in line, you're welcome to email the school committee, but we need to move on to our business meeting.
Hello, I'm Carol Pizzay. My husband and I moved from San Francisco over here in 2020. We grew up with demographics. I mean, your school was by where you lived. It didn't harm us. Matter of fact, it made sense. I just want to say I appreciate everything this school committee has done. It's hard. It's hard work to make change. It's hard for everybody. But you know, kids are resilient. It's not going to kill them to go to a different school. May upset them for a little while. But I just believe you have to keep your budget. If you don't have the money to do things right, you've got to go with what you have. Everybody's budget at home is that way. At least it is mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Phillip. I'm a senior at the high school. And my name's Geronis Rivera, and I'm also a senior at the high school.
Geronis and I are both members and captains of the recycling club at AB. As members of the club, we give our school the title of being a green ribbon school by taking the time weekly to go around each classroom. We collect bins like these. A few weeks ago, we counted. We actually collect 100 bins of recycling just like this every week, filling 50 bags, and we empty those into our school's big old recycling dumpsters. That can take 30 minutes to an hour each week, depending on how many people we have and how much there is. But though this club is an opportunity for students to receive volunteer hours, most students just do it because it's a service that we provide to our school. It's our way to
15
give back. And last year, they introduced a $50 club fee for every club at AB. And our issue with this is kind of that we're providing a service to the school. Many of our members also participate in sports, so they're not in the club for the whole school year. They kind of come when they can. So I just hope that you guys will consider relieving that from our club.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Krista Laziska. This most recent widespread movement of our staff shocked and devastated the teachers and our community. What should have been 10 to 20% adjustment became 50%, separating teams who've worked together for over a decade, teams who've built trust, collaboration, and communities for our students. As a teacher myself for 15 years, I know the time and the commitment it takes to create a cohesive team, one that knows the curriculum deeply and can teach all of our students. This reorganization has dismantled that. Teachers are the ones who support our children every single day, going above and beyond. When teachers are supported, students thrive. The decision to disrupt every elementary school in the name of equity has taken something already challenging and made it, quite frankly, unmanageable. This is not equity. Equity means giving people what they need, not treating every school the
15
same.
seconds.
If this were truly about equity, decisions would minimize disruption while ensuring affected students and staff receive the support they need. Instead, this plan makes it difficult to support anyone and will take years for the schools and communities to stabilize.
Thank you.
I urge you to reconsider your decisions.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm deeply concerned about these final proposals. Across every scenario being considered, Blanchard's class sizes are completely and unacceptably high. No other school has class sizes this high. We are being inequitably singled out to carry this burden. For months, we've heard that Blanchard needs to absorb Acton students in the name of balance and equity, but if the result is that level of inequity in class sizes, we need to ask, does this make sense? Class size matters. It is one of the clearest indicators of student success and a major factor in teacher workload and burnout. Larger classes means less individual attention for students and significantly more strain on teachers. This is not a small trade-off. It directly impacts educational outcomes. And although I know time is limited, I also want to note that the scale of teacher reassignments is deeply concerning. Teachers were blindsided by the extent of these changes, which disrupts established teams and relationships that have taken years to build.
15
This does not make sense for students or teachers. At a minimum, Blanchard's class sizes must be addressed and stability must be maintained in our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. As you come up, please remember to identify yourself. Thanks.
Thank you. Andrew Boncato, Boxborough resident and school committee candidate. In recent months, you've reviewed more than a dozen implementation options, each one supposedly bringing us closer to balanced capacity. But that's not what the outcomes show. Let's recap. When Boxborough alone couldn't sustain enrollment at Blanchard, Acton neighborhoods were added, abandoning hometown priority. When that wasn't enough, legacy enrollment was suddenly embraced, so long as you live in Acton. So where are we now? Every scenario tonight shows most Blanchard classrooms over capacity, while Acton classrooms remain largely under capacity. You tout your commitment to listening to teachers. How are they feeling about potentially teaching division to a class of 27 fourth graders during contract negotiations? Not great. So we're left asking, how are families, especially in Boxborough and affected Acton neighborhoods, supposed to have confidence in a process that produces sustained capacity issues at one school?
15
If you proceed
seconds.
tonight with one of these half-baked options, then the community must demand transparency and accountability, both during implementation and at the ballot box when each of your terms come up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm George Phillip. I'm an Acton resident. I'll be brief because I know there are other people who want to speak. I'm Charlotte's dad. I'm here as a parent voice around the recycling club, emphasizing really quickly, all these kids do every Wednesday is empty the recycling bins in the entire high school, and you're charging them $50 now. I hope you'll reconsider this policy, because if you don't, this club will fade away, and then you will either have to get rid of recycling, or you'll have to pay the cost of having your own team do the recycling. She's done it for 4 years every Wednesday. Many days I sit in the parking lot waiting for her to finish because other kids didn't show up. So please consider it. I'll be back in the fall when you have more time to think about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the school committee wholeheartedly for taking us. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm Ilakya Pandian, 2 kids at Conant. I'd like to start by thanking the school committee wholeheartedly for taking us through the process. I learned a lot of things in this process too, and I know hard decisions needed to be made, and thank you for making it, going through a tremendous amount of data and making clarified choices. I wholeheartedly support the 5E2 decision with geographic enrollment, and it's good for the district in the long run. That said, at the tail end of this process, I would like to point out a small glitch. I know the superintendent's grandfathering idea to bring Blanchard kids from Acton back and creating space for the kids in the expansion zone definitely comes with good intentions. I completely understand that. But in the process, the Acton kids in the expansion zones, when they're going back to the existing schools, you're leaving out Conan kids out of the equation. The committee, first of all, decided to do no grandfathering for anyone, no matter what. And now we are specifically doing it in the expansion zones, and that doesn't align very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Warwitz-Martin, and first of all, I wanted to thank you all for doing this. This is literally impossible, and yet you're still doing the absolute best you can, and I really do believe that you are making the least bad decision. They're all terrible, but you made the least bad. That being said, I wanted to advocate for scenario 7 with a straight geographic enrollment, and the reason why is that to address some of some people's concerns about Blanchard being disproportionately affected, in this scenario, there is only 1 grade that is way over. And Parker Damon is also affected. There are a lot of grades there. You can't do this neatly. This is not a neat process. And the other reason why is that I'm concerned about the timeline. For this, you guys promised that there would be, that the class list will come out on April 27th. And I want to make sure that that you're able to achieve that. And I'm afraid that that if you have to go back and forth between the community and yourselves and the administration, I'm afraid it's not going to get done, and I'm afraid it's going to erode trust. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Felicia Canedela. Thank you for all your hard work. It's genuinely understood and respected, and we appreciate you responding when you can to the information. The geographic enrollment option before you is not ready for approval, though. The data remains largely theoretical, relies on inconsistent assumptions, and does not reflect final staffing, opt-outs, or flex zones. We've also heard acknowledgement that geography alone cannot correct class size imbalances, and no financial analysis has been presented showing that this model offers cost savings over open enrollment. Flex zones in particular defeat the purpose of geographic enrollment by placing established neighborhoods into flexible boundaries, undermining the promise of true neighborhood schools and community cohesion. If geographic enrollment only works by relying on flex zones, then it is not accomplishing its stated purpose. Approving this tonight would be premature.
15 seconds.
I urge the committee to pause, demand complete modeling, including financial impacts, and seriously reconsider open enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna Chu, Boxborough. Our children are not chess pieces. Forcing district-wide school reassignment will not solve your budget problems. It only harms kids. This plan dismantles music programs, athletics, parent organizations that families rely on. For each child, it means disrupted learning, heartbreak as friends are ripped apart, and trusted relationships with teachers discarded. You will destroy the very communities that support children's learning and emotional well-being. Hundreds of parents have protested, but you have ignored us. To the school leaders and school committee members, if you decide to press on with reassignment, you should ask your expensive consultants if their so-called savings will pay for the tsunami of litigation filed against the school district. Parents, find your inner bear and defend your cub. Hold the district accountable by a class action lawsuit. Contact me through ab.classaction@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Until this insanity stops, we will not stop.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Lee. I'm an Acton resident, and my child attends Blanchard. She's in the 1st grade. First, I want to pause and just quickly comment that I also think it's ludicrous that a high school club is paying $50 to collect the recycling for the school when that is typically a service that you pay for. So I want to support them too. But speaking today, looking at all the scenarios that have come out, I mean, 7 scenarios, 6A, 7A, so what, 9 scenarios. And I have to echo some of the concerns that the scenarios that you all are weighing are incomplete. I recall a time earlier in this season when there was a concern that if we did the geographic zones and all Acton residents currently attending
15
Blanchard, all Acton
seconds.
kids in Blanchard, Blanchard would still be grossly underutilized, and yet somehow today the scenarios have Blanchard at overutilization. A lot of this has been done by the numbers. It's been cold. It's been objective. I ask that you consider conserving whatever communities you can, including the Acton kids in Blanchard. They're the only option. They're the only.
Thank you.
Acton kids going to Blanchard who go to Acton schools will be the small minority that you sought to protect when you dissolved the Conant School.
If you go over, it takes away time from people that are in the line.
Hi, my name's John Prendato. I'm an Acton resident. I'd like to raise some concerns about scenario 7A. Saying that this zones a contiguous portion of Acton to Blanchard is really misleading. It's clearly 3 distinct zones. It's only connected by a mile-long stretch along the Boxborough border that's literally all conservation land. But my bigger concern is the smallest of those 3 zones where I live on Orchard Drive, which wasn't included in scenario 7 but is in 7A, and it's essentially just one street that's been carved out from the rest of the surrounding neighborhood. And third, the walk zones north of Boardwalk are incorrect. My house is 0.8 miles away, and if you map it out, you can see that walking across the actual boardwalk just wasn't taken into account. So instead, the assumption is that kids walk down Spruce and then all the way back up Central. So as it stands, 7A doesn't achieve these 3 stated objectives: contiguous zones, walk zones, and keeping neighborhoods together. These exact same problems have been deal breakers for previous scenarios. And last point I'll make, with grandfathering, please make the necessary trade-offs to include siblings not yet in school. Otherwise, it's just a logistical nightmare for families, especially those with 2 working parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Elmore. I'm an Acton resident of 10 years and a mom of a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. I'm starting my comment with a question that you guys have probably considered, but I just wanted to ask. Will teachers have the opportunity to meet or discuss their current students with the students' new teachers? As I understand it from talking to educators, this exchange of knowledge happens ahead of the school year start, but may continue throughout the year. I imagine this may be more challenging with the staff changes and moves. I would advocate building in time and creating avenues to support these important efforts. Doing so would help ease the transition and ensure the usual knowledge transfer that happens between a student's former teacher and a new teacher still occurs, and the door remains open for any follow-up discussions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Ingham, and I'm here to speak on behalf of myself and many educators at Blanchard. Whereas we recognize the monumental and near impossible task of reorganization, we also feel called to highlight our disappointment and frustration with the process and our genuine concern for our communities moving forward. Throughout the AB process, we have pleaded for transparency and clarity, but have been met with vague answers and contradictory updates. Just weeks ago, we were told approximately 10 to 20% of teachers would be displaced. To then see placements showing closer to 50% was shocking and deeply upsetting, not to mention our beloved Pathways program and their entire staff being moved. In addition, our special education staff and related service providers are still waiting to hear. Please know that we recognize that 100% of our Conant colleagues had no choice due to their school closing, and we stand in support of them and all our elementary colleagues in the district.
Thank you. I just want to let everybody know there's about 4 minutes remaining. So think about the other people in line or email us, please. Go ahead.
Jill Newman. I'm just continuing on from Marga. So this blow might have been softened with honest, timely communication, true transparency, as the realities of these changes became much more significant. What we are experiencing now is not just a logistical disruption. It is grief, confusion, and heartbreak. Our school communities built on trust, relationships, and years of shared work are being fractured. The roots we have grown with our students and families are being pulled, and the impact on both student and educator well-being cannot be overstated. This process has at times felt less like an educational decision and more like a corporate merger, where people are treated as interchangeable pieces. But these are schools. We are educators.
15
and
seconds.
above all, we are human beings, humans who will continue to show up for our students and families because we are called to, but we must be thoughtful, transparent, moving forward. And we look to you, we look to you to show us the same care, compassion,
Thank you.
and commitment that we give our students and families every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. I know it's hard, and as someone said, there are no good options. My name is Catherine Kaminsky. I have 2 kids in Miriam today, and I think that one of the concerns and the challenges that we've been having is that we're going from maximum flexibility to these sudden imposition of rigid zones with no flexibility. And it's based on a number of assumptions that are incorrect. As pointed out, this area that's north of Route 2 was suddenly added as 7A, a scenario that sends all of these families to Boxborough. Boxborough is a wonderful school, and you have all of these families in South Acton that now can't go there because they have to go to Douglas. If we could relook at the flex zones and actually implement choice for those families that
15 seconds.
are in those contiguous property where they're 2 miles from either school, this could help to remove some of this frustration and not send families from North Acton past 2 perfectly good schools over to
Thank you.
Boxborough, which is a wonderful school, but it makes absolutely no sense the way this has been set up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Erin White. I am a 4th grade veteran teacher at Blanchard. I'm hoping that my concerns will be addressed later this evening during meeting's discussion. In my efforts to serve as a champion for children, I believe that my professional responsibilities not only include planning and providing high-quality instruction for my students and engaging their families, but I also hold a moral obligation and ethical duty to advocate in their best interest on behalf of my kids, our children. A crucial factor and shared goal in deciding to finally dissolve the longstanding open enrollment was in an effort to provide elementary students equity and increased access to curriculum and services across our district schools. Equity, engagement, wellness. AB's 3 core values.
15 seconds.
I am compelled to highlight and speak to the disproportionate, alarming class sizes in 4th and 5th grades at Blanchard. Significant differences across the school buildings. I'll put the rest of it in an email. This is in a direct contrast and conflict to a value of equity.
you.
My call to action to the school committee and district leadership is to add or if feasible move a section to these grades in an
Thank you.
effort to better balance class sizes to align more closely with school committee recommendations.
I'm willing to let our last 3 speakers speak, but I'm going to ask that we try to stick to this 1 minute, please.
Hi, Hillary Grevin, a Boxborough parent. First, I'd like to say that my heart goes out to all the elementary teachers in the district, many of whom are here tonight from Blanchard. Even the ones that aren't moving are being greatly affected as their well-established teams are being broken up. I don't see how this is helpful for all the students that are moving to. I echo Ms. White's sentiment on the 4th and 5th grade classroom sizes at Blanchard. I don't see how that's feasible for one teacher to manage all those students. And I hate to ask this during this important meeting, but because it's on the agenda, could you please, before you vote on the athletic and activity fees, could you state how much the district spends on that per year, and then per student who participates in those?
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jody Bromberg. I have 3 kids in the school district. I want to thank you for all of your hard work, and I remain supportive of 5E2. However, I urge the school committee to reject the geographic enrollment policies in front of you this evening and implement a limited school choice enrollment policy. As you know, the community, and as you've heard, the community is reeling and upset. Give the school district and the community the time it needs to implement the first part of this transition, closing the schools and forming new ones properly, and delay the implementation of the geographic enrollment policy. Implement a limited choice, school choice enrollment policy next year and give the community a chance to catch up and to absorb the changes that have to happen for financial reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Xuan Kong, Acton resident. Thank you all. I want to echo everyone saying that for all your hard work, dedication, or the school committee member, and I'm here in particular to give a big shout out to the retiring school committee member, Yang Schmidt, for your service to the ABEA students, learning community, and the taxpayer and all the residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who came up to share their thoughts. I know how hard this is. We get to sit behind microphones all the time, but we know that that's not often something that we ask of our community members. So thank you for coming to share your thoughts and your stories. Peter, Superintendent's update.
All right, good evening, everyone. I want to do a couple congratulations here. First, I want to give a big shout out to the Blanchard Elementary Band that earned its 16th consecutive gold medal at the MICA Concert Festival. Congratulations to our young musicians, music teacher Chris Baird, and K-12 Director of Visual and Performing Arts George Arsenault. Thank you to everyone who participated in that. I also want to congratulate our math team for their first place finish at the Massachusetts Association of Mathematics League, MAML State Championship. So wonderful. Congratulations to our AB Speech and Debate for their third place finish in the sweepstakes category at Massachusetts State Debate Tournament. So some great stuff going on. It's that time of year where we have a lot of students being recognized. Our next AB Forward Parent Caregiver update will be Tuesday, April 14th, and pending your vote, a lot of the focus of that will be just making sure we fully explain the impact of any decisions the school committee makes so that parents know what to expect as next steps. That's about a 45-minute session, but generally we've been going an hour and 15 minutes or so. We have submitted the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District's 2026 Student Opportunity Act Progress Report. As you recall, when the state implemented increased school funding, they also added a requirement for all districts. So even though we received $0 from the state, we had a new set of requirements to annually submit progress reports on different goals that we set. So we have submitted that progress report. We will be sending the link out to families so that they can view the progress report on our website. So I just want to thank all of our staff who were involved in that work. Out of Darkness Campus Walk. Glenn, I know you alluded to this and a couple of our high school students alluded to this, so thank you. But the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Out of the Darkness Campus Walk on Saturday, April 11th is designed to engage youth and adults in the fight to prevent suicide, a leading cause of death. Registration at the high school would begin at 9 a.m., followed by the walk at 10 a.m., and then we will be sending out the link for people to be able to register to participate when we get this out tomorrow. We will also be putting in additional information about any revisions that you end up voting to the school calendar for the remainder of this year, as well as just background information on some of the April holidays that take place, so our families understand the different celebrations that our families are going through. So thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Glenn?
Thank you for that, and I'm glad to see that we're highlighting student successes and that we're highlighting the Walk for Suicide Prevention very gently. Could we look into the $50 recycling thing?
So noted.
Noted?
Not right now.
Not right now, but at a future time. Okay, thank you.
Liz?
I just wanted to also highlight that the Blanchard Band has also been selected to play at the MICA Gold Stage Performance Review, and that performance is going to be Sunday. Our band will be performing at 3 p.m. at Groton Hill Music Center.
Awesome. All right. And now we have to shift away from great news, and I appreciate all the awesome things that our students and our educators are doing. Once again, I received really significant feedback following our last meeting from both committee members and also members of our community that we're not adhering to the protocols we committed to, particularly those of demonstrating professional and collegial relations at all times. Specific concerns about what goes on in our meetings included Vikram's use of graphic, violent language in accusing this committee of deliberately doing harm to children, intense, disrespectful commentary from Andrew and Vikram towards our consultant, Nick, back and forth exchanges without checking in with the chair, Lengthy commentary directed towards impeaching the process rather than participating meaningfully in the substance of decision-making. Our students, including very young children, our community, and even potential future superintendents are watching and listening. Things are getting heated as we near a final decision, and it is clear that many people, including those of us on the committee, are feeling the strain. No matter what our individual roles are, this level of pressure makes it very difficult to show up as our best selves. But we're the leaders in this process. And so showing up as our best selves is exactly what we have to do. Our community, and especially our students, are watching how we treat one another. And our conduct, both inside this meeting room and out in our community, matters. We have a responsibility to model the civility and the respect we want to see in our schools and to do the job we were elected to do. By reaching a final decision, we provide the certainty needed to move from policy into thoughtful implementation, which is the only way we can finally come together and begin to heal. As for our meetings, Andrew Vikram's not here this evening, but numerous fellow committee members have stated that when you express frustration about the committee's decision or engage in impeaching the process, it breaks the following protocol agreements. Empowering school committee members to freely express their opinions, concerns, and ideas in a climate of trust and mutual respect, even in times of disagreement. Once a decision is made, all members will uphold and support the committee's decision. And to debate respectfully, effectively, and efficiently so that meeting time is used wisely, being mindful of our large committee. We knew last year this was going to be a difficult process, and it's not surprising that we disagree. But how we disagree matters, and knowing when it is time to move forward with the best possible decision we can make so we can bring people together and start to heal our community is essential. So this evening, when we go around and we're just asking one question, ask your most important question. Know what that is before it comes to you, and if you need to pass to somebody else while you figure that out, that's okay. Focus your comments on the decision at hand. Let's deal with the things we have to deal with and not use this as an opportunity to vent more frustration. Look to me before following up with a question or a response. And I'm going to ask people to wave at me if the temperature is getting too intense for you to be able to do your best work. We all have different thresholds for that, but I am hearing that we need to do better as a group. Remember, we're all here because we want the best for our students, and our job is to strive for the best possible outcome in what is truly a difficult situation. Does anybody have anything they want to add here? Andrew?
Thanks. Part of what you said was the free opportunity to express our opinions. Part of that expression of opinions is disagreement. Part of the deliberation is understanding and clarifying what's going on. During our last session, I was asking a question that had been asked 4 times of our consultant who's here tonight. And despite trying to ask the question of him, specifically around bus routes and times, which we publish, I was pushed back from him. I don't often relay the feedback that comes to me. I did receive ABEA feedback. Specifically, someone who wrote in, I watched some of the board meeting from Thursday. Wow. As a former board member who served 6 years in a public school in New Jersey and a consultant serving districts for the past 20 years, I would never let a consultant talk to me that way. I've never received that in business, where I've been doing this stuff for 30 years. I've never received anything like that here. And I've never had a consultant tell me I'm not allowed to ask a question of them and that don't want to answer it. And I apologize to anybody on the committee if I've made you feel upset. Part of what we need to do is get to the bottom of things and try to understand what's happening so that we can make the best decision possible. My tension last time was because when asking our consultant who we're paying to do the work for us, a question that was asked by many others, the pushback was, why do you want to know? And he wouldn't allow us to answer the question. So sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable because the question we needed to ask wasn't answered.
Glenn?
Thank you for this, and I'm glad we're addressing professional conduct out in the open. We are here to govern, not to vent. We should act like it. I'm glad we're addressing this directly. Personally, the way I feel the consultant has been professional in his conduct and has presented us with as much data as we could possibly need to make an informed decision. Andrew, with all due respect and for your contributions to this committee and my respect that I have for you, it does sometimes get to feel like quite a lot when you're it comes across as venting. And I think we need to be a little more level-headed here and come to discernment. I say that with as much respect as I can. So I think it's good we're addressing this. I think that we need to demonstrate the professionalism in this community that has come to expect for us to serve the public school district.
All right, so we're a team. We're going to work our way through this. Anybody else? Yenshin.
Sorry. My first year on the committee, I was Andrew's alternate at the Health Insurance Trust. Andrew has his way of speaking to consultants. I wasn't here last meeting, but I remember my first year as we were going through that health insurance premium going up, it was his fierce conversation with the consultant that helped us through. I trust you're going to do better, right? Thanks.
Lisa.
Thank you for holding us to high standards and holding us accountable. Thank you.
Okay, so we're a team. We're admitting that this is hard, and we're going to get through this together. And I also expect that we're going to have the conversation that we need to have here, and it is okay to disagree. It's how we disagree that matters. So let's get on with it. All right, so that brings us to hearing about the Office Support Association and American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees 2026 and to 2029 contracts. Andrew.
Yes, thank you. Just as a reminder and context for everybody, within our employee groups, we do have 3 employee unions. We have the ABEA that represents our certified educators. We have AFSCME, which represents our custodial and facility staff, and we have ABOSA, which represents a certain portion of our office administrative staff, so ABOSA. We negotiate 3-year contracts with all 3 groups, and they actually are all lined up where we negotiate all 3 at the same time. And we have reached tentative agreements with both AFSCME and ABOSA. Both of those groups have actually already met and have ratified the memorandum of agreement that we agreed to. And so I'm pleased to present this to the committee for your consideration as well and for possible ratification. As we discussed in executive session and as you have in your memo, just a summary of different agreements that relate to both compensation as well as working conditions. In terms of the highlights for compensation, obviously the big highlights relate to COLA for the 3 years for both ABOSA and AFSCME. For the next 2 years, it is 2.25% and then 2% in the following year. And then the third year, there's a slight difference. There's AFSCME is 2.5% and ABOSA is 2.25%. In addition to that, there's other compensation elements related to longevity and service recognition, as well as a few other pieces. And then certainly in working conditions, some elements that both parties requested related to various job requirements and elements. For the district, there were some priorities around guardrails and limits regarding when certain vacation days could be used for certain for certain parties, as well as limits around use of paid time off for family sick and FMLA-related family sick, along with a few other items. So overall, I think both groups, along with the district, felt good about the process and have reached agreements that can be implemented for the next 3 years. So if there's any questions, happy to answer them. If not, there are 2 separate motions for approving ratifying the proposed MOAs, and those are in the packet for your review and consideration.
Any comments or questions for Andrew? Adam.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you, and thank you to the team that helped negotiate these. I do want to point out in here, since we did get some questions from members of the public, there's actually an amendment to both contracts regarding employees' children enrolled in the district. And first of all, I would say we're an amazing district, and if I lived out of town and worked in this district, I would for sure want to have my child have the opportunity to come here. I think that's a really strong benefit to help draw excellent teachers into the district. The contract language, though, is very clear, and I appreciate that it discusses the fact that this is an expense for the district, and should those students who come in have extraordinary needs, that those staff members will have to take advantage of their hometowns' support for students who have special needs. So it's a very clear delineation and helps to explain for our community members who are concerned about this essentially benefit that we provide to employees that it is not a significant cost, and in fact it's a great benefit for our employees and helps us to draw in the great staff that we have.
Anyone else? All right, in that case, we have some work to do. Somebody have the motion language up?
I move to approve the Office Support Association, ABOSA, proposed 2026 through 2029 contract.
Second.
I think we actually have.
There's actual language.
Yeah, we have actual language.
I'll get the first one, Liz. You get the second one. I move to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the Acton-Boxborough Office Support Association and the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029, as set forth in the Memorandum of Agreement.
I'll second it.
All right, so that has been moved by Adam and seconded by Liz. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Excellent. All right, who's got the next one?
I move to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO, Massachusetts State Council 93, number 1703, AFSCME, and the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2029, and set forth in the memorandum, as set forth in the Memorandum of Agreement.
Also seconded.
All right, again, moved by Adam, seconded by Liz. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, good work. Thank you to
very much.
everybody on the team who got this negotiation settled. Really well done. All right, with that, Nick, come on up and let's get to work on the main event of the evening.
Testing. Hello. And good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back here, as always. We are just going to jump right into it, given the length of the presentation, and I know there are a lot of decisions you all have to make. So as has been standard, my name is Nick Stolatano. I'm part of Dillinger Research and Applied Data. We're a Connecticut-based nonprofit. We've partnered with Acton-Boxborough Regional School District to help support the decision or the decisions made through the AB Forward process, in which we are helping to design sustainable geographical enrollment boundaries for the coming year and the future years beyond. In terms of the agenda today, as always, we'll kind of just go quickly through the project to date in terms of what we've been able to accomplish. We did have a survey that we did put out last week. We'll just go a quick overview given the content of what we asked as a sort of final review or final set of feedback for the community into the school committee. We'll go over the two different policies in question, both the flex zones and the transition policy. And then in terms of final scenarios, originally we were planning on two. That was going to be scenario 6A and 7A. And given a lot of the conversation and a lot of the feedback we've heard, we've re-brought back in scenario 7, which I'll go into. I'll look to you, Chair. Do you want me to go through the entire presentation and then answer questions, or would you like to stop at some key points to sort of answer clarifying questions?
Let's do questions as we go so that when we get down to the end, we can have a good conversation about all of them. So what I'm going to ask the committee is keep your questions focused on what Nick's on right now. Hold anything that is later, okay?
Excellent. So in terms of projects to date, I won't belabor the point. We've met with a lot of both you all, parents, and the district team a lot. I would like to say I'm very proud of the fact that over the past few months, we have solicited and received an immense amount of feedback from the community. We've engaged in close to 400 emails with different parents, and that's individual parents, not multiple conversations, but individual parents. We've had high levels of participation through the parent webinars, and throughout the surveys and the interactive web apps, we've both solicited and received hundreds, if not thousands, of sort of key aspects and inputs to the various scenarios. So to the community, we heard you. We very much appreciate the time that you took to sort of engage and really ask, I think, really good questions. And through that process, as has been the case, it has been an iterative design process and one that we have incorporated a lot of community feedback. We've done a lot of data analysis and obviously gone through a lot of scenarios, and so here we are in terms of the final three. So before we get into that, just as a quick review of the final survey, again, the final survey I had heard was either opening up the beginning of the meeting for an extensive set of feedback, or really in terms of helping try to understand and give one opportunity to collect as much feedback as we could. We opened up the three final questions. One was around the scenarios, one was around the flex zones, and the other was around the transition policy. I tried to provide you with a succinct sort of summary of the various, if not hundreds, of responses that we received. And I'll kind of like generally summarize that. I think overall, when we were comparing 6A to 7A, there was strong preference for scenario 7A. Given that is the case, here's what I know to be true about scenarios. And this comes from both the survey and from a lot of the discussions that we've had. First and foremost, class size absolutely is a priority, and one that we're taking into consideration and that we will go into in much more detail as we review the scenarios. Student demographics and walk zones were also extremely high priority, along with neighborhood continuity. And so when we think about the various scenarios, especially when it comes to the expanded Blanchard zone, there is a lot of tricky and challenging aspects to what is constituted as a continuous boundary and or a satellite boundary. And those are aspects to, I think, many of the trade-offs that you're going to have to sort of address here tonight. One thing I do want to sort of flag is the acknowledgement that, yes, in many instances, there were a lot of priorities that we took to bear in each of the scenarios. I do have to admit, in all of the scenarios, we were never able to achieve everything 100% of the time. And so that is the nature of the complexity of what we're trying to accomplish here. And so in general, we tried to do as much as we could, but just acknowledging the fact that not everything could be done. From a flex zone perspective, there is a lot of trepidation and, I think, fear about what flex zones mean and ultimately how they will play out as the years go on. Interestingly, and I'll sort of identify, I would say, the challenge and or the duplicity that's sort of playing out in regards to the idea of neighborhood schools and really being concerned about individuals within a neighborhood potentially going to different schools. One thing I know for sure, in your open enrollment process currently, you have neighborhoods that have 50% breakdowns of kids going to different schools. So given how I know Acton-Boxborough is, I can confidently say that a neighborhood is not just where your kids go, but it's actually bigger than that, given all of the immense feedback that I heard from parents in regards to the relationships that are built within the neighborhood. So a flex zone, I don't think will sort of derail that. I would also like to sort of flag, I think there was concern that, well, in a flex zone, there could be individuals who are sort of sent to a different school in the middle of the year. I worked with Andrew and sort of talked through and figured out how that sort of open enrollment process worked currently in the mid years. Interestingly, any individual who came throughout the middle of the year, I don't want to say rarely, but less than 50% of the time got their first choice. And so from that perspective, individuals, and there are a lot of individuals who come to Acton-Boxborough throughout the year, do face that challenge and have succeeded and have done very well. So in conversations that I've had with surrounding towns, flex zones are actually extremely beneficial. Once you get through the initial process, and I would say, obviously, the community now does know difference, but as you move through time, flex zones will become common, and I don't think it's going to be as a fearful process as it currently, I think, seems to be through existing parents. In regards to the transition policy, as pointed up at the top, there are divergent opinions on grandfathering. I can find you half the population that says you should do it and half the population says that you shouldn't do it. I would find the fact that I think there is concern about selectively choosing different sets of populations within Acton-Boxborough that do get the grandfather and those that don't. And I think at the end of the day, from my perspective, given the class size, and I will sort of say it in this way, class size is ultimately the top priority. Grandfathering will help mitigate some of that challenge. And so at the end of the day, I think there is certainly a struggle to understand that some people will and will not be able to be grandfathered, and I would say that is sort of a needed necessity to help manage the movement from an open enrollment to a geographical policy. So jumping into the flex zones, throughout the survey that I provided, there is a link in the presentation that provides you with a much more thorough both description and frequently asked questions when it comes to flex zones. Excuse me. What I've highlighted here, though, I think are a couple high-level and key aspects. So geographical default and scope. Every flex zone resident has a primary school assignment, and that these zones encompass approximately about 25% of Acton elementary students. I think there is a balance that you all have to sort of understand is a flex zone is meant to help manage the ongoing grade sizes and grade capacities across the three schools. To make that effective, you need to have a big enough population in which to, I would say, handle the inflows and outflows of students. So 25% of Acton elementary students, though may seem like a lot, I think is just hitting where you need to be to make sure that you have enough enrollment as individuals come in to be able to manage, I would say, the ups and downs of class sizes as they move along. Enrollment shifts are driven by class size and building utilization. And this is sort of an important aspect to the idea that the district is not just doing it because they want to do it, it's doing it to manage the resource allocation and the resource management. There is an aspect to the flex zone where existing parents could volunteer to want to move. I think we've established the fact, and this ties back to the grandfathering, that at the end of the day, there are many interested parties who would love to switch schools. And so to try and add some level of involvement through the parents, there could be the prioritization of volunteers, or at least open that up to parents so they could volunteer. Transportation and siblings. The district provides transportation for all flex students and remains committed to keeping siblings enrolled. I think there were some fears as they were emailed that, oh, if my kid's in school, there's a chance that they'll get pulled out of that school to be sent to the other. The flex zone clearly states that if you are an existing student within that school, you will not be moved unless the parent volunteers the student to be moved. And to that point, if you have a child in school and you have an incoming student and they are siblings, then the district will keep the siblings together. They will not be flexed to then have a separate. And I heard a couple parents sort of really acknowledge that sort of challenge, which we tried to emphasize here. Voluntary sibling requests, again, trying to provide that family input. We wanted to add that into the flex zone to make it both, I don't want to say compelling, but at least again, giving the parent an aspect of this process that can be somewhat challenging. Exemptions from reassignment. Again, currently enrolled students who have not moved their residence are not subject to involuntary reassignment. Who is affected? Again, new registrants within a school that it lives within the flex zone would be was sort of eligible to be flexed. It does not mean that they will be. It just means that they are eligible to based on the needs of the district and the capacity of each grade class. Year-round management, again, the flex zones would remain active throughout the year so as to manage the, I would say, high levels of incoming students that Acton-Boxborough has seen from a historical perspective. Just one sec. And so then, as we had sort of flagged before, the proposed regions are below. It was identified that the proposed regions are not exactly similar to what had been proposed as expanded Blanchard zones. That, in many instances, was by design to both provide, again, that expansive size to be able to provide the district with enough flexibility, as well as to try to go through all the maturations or the different possibilities of students needing to be moved from Parker-Damon to Boardwalk, Boardwalk to Parker-Damon, Boardwalk to Blanchard, or Blanchard to Boardwalk.
Adam.
Thanks. I have a quick clarifying question on the flex zones and the policy. And I think you've said it like 7 ways, and I want to say it an 8th way just to be very clear.
Please.
If I'm a family who lives in a flex zone and my student is going to school A, never in my student's history will they be asked to flex to another school as long as I don't move. And my children, the siblings, also will stay in that same elementary school. So if I live in a flex zone that is by default a Boardwalk school, but I'm asked to flex to Parker-Damon, my student will stay in Parker-Damon through their 6th grade graduation, and their sibling will stay with them as well.
I'll adjust one word. You said asks. I would say told. The district will never tell anybody. They will ask, and if somebody might say, "Yeah, I'll move," and then then the difference takes into effect. But the district will never tell a individual to move.
Great. I think that part, and maybe when we get to looking at the policy language, I think something earlier in the policy that very clearly states that, because I heard a lot of questions about that, and I think we're using a lot of language to cover a lot of situations, and so I think we need to be very explicit about that. And then the last one, maybe not for you, Nick, but maybe for our discussion later around the same topic is, if I live in a flex zone and I'm in a school and I move to another house inside that same flex zone, am I up for re-enrollment again, or do I get to stay? And I don't think that's a question for you. I think that's something we need to chew on and, again, clarify, because we're talking about in here what happens if you move residents, but maybe we need to clarify move residents outside of a specific zone.
Yeah. Okay, carry on. Is that an I have a question or I'm good?
That's an I'm good, Carrie.
Okay, carry on.
All right, excellent. Transition policies. So there were 3, now there are 4. And so obviously there was a lot of thought. And this was really, I think, driven both from a lot of the feedback that we received as well as a lot of the discussions that we've had with the district. So first and foremost, as we've heard a lot of folks sort of mention, their number 1, when we say all at once, really establishes the fact that there is no grandfathering policy. And that would result in all students transitioning simultaneously to their geographically assigned schools based on the zones that you all vote on tonight. Number 2, Acton students attending Blanchard. Students from Acton who are enrolled in Blanchard, grades K through 5, during this year would continue to attend Blanchard. Younger siblings not enrolled in K-5 would not be grandfathered. And I do want to sort of emphasize this point, and I do appreciate the challenge that comes with having younger siblings that are not currently enrolled in the school. Currently, when we think about grandfathering, the most, if we're thinking about current K-5 students, the number of years to then grandfather everybody would be 6. So current kindergarten kids would go to first, so that's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So that's 6 years of that expanded sort of grandfathering, which is sort of, I would say, a challenge to any district when you think about sort of the logistical and financial costs that are tied to that. Once you start adding, I don't know what the cutoff would be, 5 years old, 4 years old, 3 years old, 2 years old, 1 year old, if somebody is about to have a baby before June, right? Like all of those things could then extend the grandfathering process to 10 years, which then is really prohibitive. And so from that perspective, I would highly consider no aspect, and there was one parent who said great-grandfathering. I would not great-grandfather in individuals, just for that sheer fact that it could, in essence, go on for close to a decade. Number 3, which is what we had been sort of establishing, I think, for some time, was the Acton students attending Blanchard and the expanded, and whichever expanded Blanchard zone you choose would also be grandfathered into their existing schools. A couple points that we wanted to make very clear. Students in the expanded Blanchard zone who are enrolled in grades K through 5 during SY 25-26 would continue to their current, and I say campus, not necessarily school, but campus. Students who are enrolled in Conant in SY 25-26 would attend Blanchard. In both cases, younger siblings not enrolled in K and 5 in SY 25-26 would not be grandfathered. We had to make a decision on where Conant students would lie, and in some instances, though we've heard a lot of feedback about it's only depending on which zone, 16 to 20 kids, it's a small cohort, we could, sending them to Blanchard. There are a few Blanchard kids, Boxborough kids who did attend Conant. They're also going to Blanchard. So that is an aspect I do want to fully acknowledge, is a consideration in terms of that. However, then let's talk about transition policy 4, and this kind of gets to the heart of, I think, the trick. So option 4 maintains exactly what we had talked about in option 3. However, you as the school committee would be granting the district authority to provide, and I want to make sure, I'm just going to read it because I chose the words extremely carefully. The superintendent or their designee may offer additional placements to families not covered by the baseline grandfathering rules. These placements are subject to parent approval, and that's the key piece, parent approval, so it would not be done against the parents' wishes, and will be prioritized in the following order. Priority 1 would be flex zone residents. So essentially, and I'm going to pause here for a second because this is an important aspect. A lot of folks identified the fact that there are specific classes, specifically in Blanchard, that have high average class sizes. Two ways, or one way you could mitigate this, right, is providing another section, which is tricky given the financial constraints, and there's only so many sections that can go around across the entire district. When we think about geography at this moment in time, because we're moving from an open enrollment, there is no guarantee that you have, I would say, perfectly equal class sizes. And you're seeing that in all of the scenarios. Given the scenarios and the fluctuations that you see, especially when you layer in the regional dynamic of Boxborough and Acton, you are going to have these challenges. Any school district has these challenges where class sizes or average classes are different from one cohort to the next. It's doubly so in Acton-Boxborough given the influx of students on a by cohort basis that you see. So the end of the day, there is no perfect way to draw boundary lines within Acton-Boxborough where every single class would be perfectly averaged out. It's an impossibility that just has to be sort of acknowledged. The way you address that is by very carefully identifying specific students in a specific geography at a specific grade level and see if they are willing to move. If you do that, that is the second way that the district can manage average class sizes. So you can add a new teacher, or you can selectively identify students that may want to move to a different school. That is where this selective grandfathering would be coming into play. To help identify and sort of provide guidelines on how this would work, is the district essentially would use any resident within the flex zone. The students residing within the designated flex zone would be asked first. Does anybody, and I'm going to just be really clear, right? Whatever expanded Blanchard zone you do, you could go to the Conant students who are in 4th grade and say, do you want to be grandfathered or really move towards Boardwalk or Parker Damon? If they say yes, that helps solves the 4th grade problem. Conant students might not want to do that. They might want to stay in Blanchard because that's maybe there was their second choice. So then you think about it in the context of transportation efficiency. So this is where the flex zone and the transition policy is different. The transportation efficiency, families residing along the transportation routes for the target school, meaning the district can now look beyond the flex zone and along existing routes and say, hey, is there anybody here that would like to be grandfathered to their campus, as a way to, again, identify those 4th grade kids that may want to and could move to help alleviate some of those constraints. Finally, there could be, in the event that that didn't happen, ask anybody. But then acknowledging the fact that from a logistical standpoint, they might have to provide self-transportation. So again, considering that you can't have buses, I think going into all odd ends just for one specific student. So a couple things that are tied to this: capacity for discretionary placement is determined strictly by available space within the individual grade sections. Because a lot of parents might say, well, great, I just want to volunteer. Well, it's really based on, as you saw within the scenario modeling, certain grades are over capacity in certain schools, and that's just the nature of the beast. So it's really based on that. If there were sort of more volunteers than there were seats, a lottery requirement would have to be kicked into gear. The sequential filing, the district will fill spots tier by tier, so starting with priority 1, then priority 2, and then priority 3. And then siblings, again, acknowledging the fact that siblings could potentially be put into a position where if you're asking one child to go, the parent may say, hey, I want the other sibling to go. That would have to be done on a case-by-case basis to see if there's actually space, because you can't move another student to make an over-exaggerated average capacity increase. So that was sort of our idea in terms of, as was identified, how to help manage, I would say, the one-off classes that are showing high levels of students within their class that can't be just solved through strictly geographical enrollment. This is new, so I just want to open up to see if there's any questions.
I'll work around this way. Start with Glenn.
Thank you for this. And I just want to reiterate that I don't blame anyone listening for feeling kind of confused with how the details of this. We're, of course, doing our homework here for members that are of the community that are plugging into different steps of this process. This is dense stuff, so I don't blame anyone for being kind of confused with it. So just two things I just want to highlight that I hope you can just either briefly expand upon or really iterate or just drive home for the community. Grandfathering helps with managing class sizes, and this option 4 is option 3 with district discretion subject to parent approval. Just, that's correct, yes?
Yeah, I will frame it this way, because you were almost right. Grandfathering helps solve inconsistent classrooms now. Flex zones will help manage future inconsistent classrooms going forward. And yes to parent approval.
Adam?
Yeah, I appreciate the flexibility. I recognize the challenge and the dense material. I'm looking to, again, clarify some things. In option 3 and or option 4, if you're allowing those two groups to grandfather, and we're saying potentially in here, well, we're saying if you're doing that, we're not going to allow you to bring siblings along with you if they're not already enrolled. And a family says that's an undue stress for us to have kids at two different buildings. We then are providing not just the requirement that you must, if you're grandfathered, you must go to the school, but if grandfathering is an option and you get the choice to decide if you want to take advantage of that or not, if it's an undue hardship for your family to have kids at separate schools over time. That's, as I've read the material, that seems to be sort of what is presented as an option for us.
I think that is very true. Would you agree, Peter?
Say it one more time. I want to make sure I'm giving you an accurate answer.
Yeah. So I live in Acton. I have a second grader who goes to Blanchard, and I have a 3-year-old. And I've been offered the option to grandfather to Blanchard, knowing that my 3-year-old will not be able to go to Blanchard because I live in Acton and I'm zoned towards Boardwalk campus. If we vote to grandfather, and I see we also have language in here that says we can also provide the option to those families that the grandfathering is not a requirement but an option for them, that they'll then be able to opt out of that grandfathering because they want their 2 kids to be at Boardwalk together when they're of age.
Yes, I think, and I'm cautioning this because it's pending how you vote it, right? So I can't really answer it until you make the decision about how you want to vote it. I think, there could certainly be a range of options how you choose to vote that. I think our intention is recognizing that operationally we can't continue siblings in the grandfathering. It's going to cause a lot of complexity with our buses that, quite honestly, is either going to cost money or create inefficiency, which we can live with for some period of time, but over the long haul, we need to figure out a way to correct some of those inefficiencies. If we can't do that, I think the range of options you would have in front of you would be, you can either say, nope, we're just grandfathering everyone, and there is no input into that, and siblings are going to be separated for a number of years. I think we've heard loud and clear that people want siblings to be able to be placed together. So I think the two remaining options would be to say, parents can unilaterally opt out of grandfathering, right? And so that, no, you're not going to stay in the current school, but you can say, yes, just move our kids now and we'll be in the new school and that's where we stay. Or you could say, express a preference toward opt-out, but the district has to also then look at what the overall balance of class sizes and things like that is. I think the tension that exists, which is real for families and school district, right, that between the two entities, is the more flexibility we give to families, the less control we can have around managing class size, and the more flexibility you give to the district, the less control families have over keeping units together, right? And so there's going to be a tension there, and I think that's what you have to figure out, what the right balance is for the community.
And if I could, I think, and thank you, re-saying it again actually helped. The way this is phrased is covered by the baseline grandfathering rules, meaning option 3 would happen as is, then the district could selectively choose. There is a world where you could say, okay, if we're going with the baseline option 3 model, the parent could ask to not be grandfathered, but then the district has the discretion to say yes or no, right? So it's kind of a reverse threshold, because what the numbers we've presented to you is what we know would happen if everybody got grandfathered. And so that's I don't want to say the best case scenario, but it's a known commodity. And so I would just want to be very careful with, again, as Peter sort of mentioned, giving everybody flexibility, because then those numbers kind of go out the door, not knowing where everybody's getting grandfathered or not.
Lisa.
I have a multi-part question, actually, and I'm going to try to keep it as brief as possible. So I have concerns about separating siblings, and I'm also, concerned about, operationally, being able to balance class sizes. A lot of parents let us know that class sizes were a real concern for them, and so I definitely am hearing all of the things that parents have been saying. So when I'm looking at the different options, and I'm wondering if there was not a transition policy put in place, could flex zones be used immediately to balance those class sizes? I'm just checking my understanding, because the way that I think that I understand it, that they could just be effective immediately and use that as an operational tool to balance class sizes, so we get the better numbers in terms of not having too many students in one class.
So to put another way, which I think you're getting at, there's now an option 5, which maybe I should have done this as well, is just district discretion. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's totally true.
It looks like there's so many different ways to put everything together, and so I think in my mind I was like, oh, there was a way maybe you could just have flex zones, and then if none of those other things were done, because I think the question or concern that I'm getting at is looking at making sure we can give those class lists out in time. And I think I was worried about if you have people opting in, opting out, making sure that class sizes are not too large and trying to get all of those things. I was wondering which direction would make it more feasible for families to know to have those class lists and to be able to have that certainty.
So we talked about that, and I mean the benefit is, right, and your option, so let's put that on the table. There's an option 5 now, which is just district discretion. We know exactly who we'd need to ask,
Okay.
Right, and so then it would require some process through the district, which is reaching out to those people in order of how we're doing it to basically say, hey, would you want a grandfather or not? The challenge is, as you sort of identified, it's a tight timeline, so you would have maybe a day or two to sort of decide, and then you got to kind of move quick. So I think what you're getting at is, and this is sort of an important aspect to this whole thing, there is no perfect solution. I think we've said that a couple times, and so I think part of what we're trying to do here is create as much flexibility to manage the uncertainty as possible, because it literally is impossible to have perfect certainty. I think there was one parent who sort of mentioned, well, you can't make a decision unless we know where people are going. Well, we don't know where people are going until the decision's made, so it's the perfect catch-22.
And before you go a little further, just to complicate this further, remember we got to discussing grandfathering in the first place because we started talking about moving small cohorts and the Blanchard problem of not having as many kids going into Blanchard or coming out if you just started with pure geography. So that's a piece of this conversation too. And now that we've complicated things,
yes,
carry on.
Very much so. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So this is what we have been discussing so far has been the transition policy. Once the transition period is done, what are we looking at?
So, great question. The transition policy, depending on where you go, is at most 6 years, give or take. Then it's all flex zones. And that's why part of this challenge, right, is normally in most situations, you can kind of keep them separate. The scenario works, the transition policies are really sort of to address different social and emotional challenges that the district may face. Flex zones are for future sort of enrollment. Given the unique nature of Acton-Boxborough and your, I say, very tight capacity windows that you have within each school and the complexity of your cross-town regional agreement, there is sort of an intertwining of these issues or policies at the same time. So you are having to think about pretty much the first two, transition policy and the scenario at the same time in some ways.
Andrew.
Thanks. One of the issues I've had with a lot of the stuff you're doing is that we're basing it off of kind of today's elementary population and demographic mix. You just mentioned after 6 years of this transition, things turn to flex zones. After about 3 or 4 years, students will push through their current upper or lower, and we have a whole new influx. But the houses remain, the people who live in those houses remain, and the students remain in the system. So you can't necessarily move people inside these flex zones. Are you envisioning that we will move and expand flex zones as time goes on? Because you've got effectively a 12-year period when, 13 years from kindergarten through senior, where families are in these areas and that these houses are occupied by residents. And sometimes you'll get in and out, but over the course of time, you'll have saturated a flex zone with homes. How do you see us maturing the durability of these models that you're putting together over time beyond the first 4 years? How often are we going to have to do this?
That's a great question. I don't know how often. I suspect not too often for a couple of reasons. One, some of the flex zones are in areas that have high mobility and high transiency. And so ultimately, I think that sort of is one of the reasons why we chose some of those areas. Two, some of the areas are high growth and are continuing to see students. And part of the conversations and one of the reasons why we introduced Scenario 7 was because, interestingly, Acton-Boxborough, again, you all are very unique in some respects, your cohorts grow every year. So that means you have new students coming in at a fairly regular basis every single year across every single grade. So though I hear you in terms of a sort of static neighborhoods, I don't actually think that's the case within Acton-Boxborough. Any other questions? All right, final scenario. Oh, please.
Can I just, Andrew, to that comment, I think that's a good point, and I think that was one of the concerns that I know Andrew and I talked with Nick about through the process, where if you remember when we started the discussion of flex zones, they were actually really small. and I know our community had a strong preference for small flex zones. One of our concerns was having to then keep coming back and revising maps. And so by expanding the initial flex zones to incorporate a much larger part of the district, our goal is to actually reduce the number of times the district has to try and revise maps.
Yeah, I think it's a very important thing to keep in mind as we're laying over a rigid geographic net on top of a fluid population. I keep thinking about the kindergartner who, when they hit 4th grade, is still in the same school, but now there's an open space in the lower school, same building, open space in lower school that has to be filled. And we may or may not have a new incoming family that lives in an area that's this. And are we going to start like a clock around Acton where, we've got flex zone here and then flex zone here and then flex zone here? The question of stability and durability, stability of the community with regard to where the population goes, and durability of the model that we're putting together, I think there's a lot of questions around it. And that's before we talk about the need for governance if there is, superintendent discretion.
So a solution to that would be make the entire district a flex zone.
We didn't vote that.
No, but that is an option you could layer in.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. So if I heard you correctly, grandfather in will resolve the high number class size right now, but flex zone will solve the problem for the long term?
Correct.
And, okay, thank you. And the next question is actually for Peter. So does flex zone give the administration more control over class sizes for the near future?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Because if we see students come in and enroll in the district, and we already see disparities in class sizes between schools, we're actually able to flex new students to the district between one of two schools.
Okay, scenarios.
All right, final scenarios. Scenario 6A. Again, all three of the scenarios that we're providing are east-west oriented scenarios. I do want to flag a couple different emails that I've sort of been responding to. There was the earlier scenarios where it was a north-south oriented boundary. We did move away from that because there was a lot of inconsistent school demographics across, or variation across the schools, and that was identified as a really key decision point early on. I know some people felt that the boundary lines were a lot smoother and it made sense by neighborhood, but really, given the areas where we were thinking there was growth, as well as that student demographics, it just did not make sense to continue on, with that model. In terms of all these scenarios, what we did try to do too is really flag what was this year's enrollment versus what's next year's enrollment. It's really sort of an important piece to this puzzle because at the end of the day, we can tell you what a school would look like, especially with demographics, socioeconomic status, et cetera, with current year's enrollment. That becomes less accurate as we sort of project forward. So that's why we provided with two different sets of data. In this case, as you can see, the expanded Blanchard zone is a satellite boundary. It's on the southern portion of Acton, south of Stowe Road. And ultimately, through all of these scenarios, we really did try to keep and maintain as much of the walk zone as possible for each of the set of walk zones that exist. So in terms of thinking about it from the decision points, cohort continuity, again, thinking of those consistent boundaries across the two uppers and lowers. School capacity does become strained at Parker-Damond and is, again, and we're going to go into the difference between building utilization and average class size here in a second. Hometown guarantee was achieved for Boxborough. Balanced student demographics. All these scenarios do a very good job, in my opinion, of balancing socioeconomic status, EL, special education, and race. The recognized neighborhoods, I would say it was easier to maintain recognized neighborhoods in 6A versus 7 and 7A, given how we had to do the expanded Blanchard zone. And I'll get a little bit more into that with 7A and 7. There is always going to be some folks who think that how we drew the lines dissected or bisected through their neighborhood. And I just would like to iterate, though people, I think, felt like sometimes their emails were going unheard, they were not going unheard. They were very much heard and tried to be incorporated. In many instances, given how the neighborhoods were cut up, there were ways that we could manage that, and there were ways that we could not. And I just want to be sort of upfront around the idea that we were constrained to not have a perfect, and again, I will say this, some neighborhoods were, there's a disagreement on, let's just say, where you think your neighborhood was and where it wasn't, and especially depending on what streets wanted to be included and what didn't want to be included. I heard from everybody across a wide range of different inputs. Walk zones were maximized, future enrollment trends were taken into account, and again, we used the satellite boundary in terms of the south of Stowe Road. Again, here are all the stats if you would like. All right, so now we kind of get into the building utilization and the average class size. And so we did provide you here with the 3 cuts across the different grandfathering policies. We also wanted to flag, it's a challenge in regards to when we're, ideally you would hope that every student by grade is equally distributed across the 2 districts. Hint, they are not. And so by drawing the geographical boundaries, even though we may achieve nice levels of building utilization, you can still have huge discrepancies or variation between grade levels, which is causing some of the average high class sizes. So in this case, you can see that ultimately 6A does achieve both with no transition policy and with the option 3 grandfathering policy, nice levels of building capacity. If we just grandfather the Acton students who are currently attending Blanchard, that's just basically making the building complete overcapacity. When we think about class sizes here, ultimately, as is identified through those red arrows, again, if you do just the pure geographic placement, and I'll kind of go back to here, right? Everybody's happily in that sort of mid to low 90 percentile. Even though you have perfect utilization, you don't have it at the grade level, which again requires you to be able to need to cherry pick out certain students who may want to go to another building. In terms of thinking about option 3 when it comes to the transition policy, you do see a slightly better balancing across the schools, but you do kind of still have that grades 3, 4, and 5. Hint, we did look at thinking about if Conant students could potentially not go to Blanchard, but go to other schools. That does solve a lot of the problems. It does not solve all the problems. That grade 4, no matter what you do, is pretty tricky when it comes to Blanchard. So that discretionary option to the district, I think, would be of value. As was indicated, there was a desire to have a sense of what the bus routes look like. So I did provide an existing bus route. And so there was a couple different ways we could do it. I was concerned by just trying to develop a route or thinking about what the average time was that, as with all models, you can poke holes in that. And you could basically say, well, there's traffic, and there's this, and there's that. And so I thought what might be best is to show an existing route. And on the left-hand side, I tried to give you as much detail as I could in terms of mileage, stops, what time it pick up, what time it drops off, et cetera. So this basically starts up at Parker Damon and then goes as far east as you can go in Acton, and then comes back through what would be the expanded Blanchard zone and then up to Blanchard. And so here you can see that it kicks off at 7:50 and gets to the school at 8:40. I would probably fairly confidently say that's about as bad as it's going to get. On the flip side, because it was brought up as well, what does the afternoon look like? And so very much in the same vein, you have school pickup at 3:25. They kind of work their way backwards, and it gets to 4:15. So slightly faster, well, pretty much the same timeline for the first and last drop-off. And then we have the adjusted historical enrollment for consistency, or for the data that we've always shown. So before I move on from scenario 6A, are there any questions?
Lakshmi.
Yes.
Microphone.
What are we showing there? Bus stops?
Yep. So there was no just one Blanchard route that just hit the Stowe, or rather the southern expanded zone, and then went to Blanchard. So what we found was sort of the next best thing, which was show me a route that goes through the expanded Blanchard zone, but it's also by far even more complicated because it goes even east to the Acton. So the bottom red, which I've identified as the expanded Blanchard zone, is sort of an example of where the bus would have to go. And then up and to heading towards Blanchard.
But why is it outside of the red? I think that's where I'm confused.
This is a real route. So they're picking up, I think, a lot of special education students that are a bit more of a complicated route structure. And so this is the nature of route systems within your district, right? There is no easy, I'm just going to go pick up these kids. They usually, and this is the challenge with open enrollment, is you have buses going everywhere. And that is the complexity that is involved with that. So to the point of last week's discussion, the data that we were able to pull, which I think is more representative of what I think you were trying to get at, is this idea that the overall bus time would take about, well, at most 50 minutes.
What's the worst time for kids in Boxborough to attend their school?
In Boxborough?
Yeah.
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I'm sure much less than 50 minutes. But it depends. It also depends on how the length of the bus is, how many students are on it, et cetera. So,
So I'm just trying to see if it's equitable between the two regions. If Boxborough kids have 15-minute ride and these kids are going for 42-minute rides, I think that seems a little too much.
you could look at it that way. I would look at it as these kids are already doing it. So, you know, ideally, do we want to see more than a 50-minute bus ride? No. But I can probably comfortably say I don't think there's going to be a bus ride that's more than 50 minutes if you implement 6A.
Okay.
So, hang on, I'm going to jump in here real quick. So remember, one of the things we're looking at is the potential for grandfathering current Acton students who attend school in Blanchard. This is what that bus route looks like. Does that help?
But he said that's for the special ed.
Yeah, but so Acton students right now who go to Blanchard are strewn all over the place, predominantly on the western side, but they're still all over the place. You're essentially going to have two buses that pick up the Acton kids going to Blanchard. And I would say, for the record, they're kind of already doing that. This is really meant to help indicate, again, part of the conversation from the other day was, what does the bus situation look like from this expanded Blanchard zone versus 7's expanded Blanchard zone?
So we'll compare those.
Can I just clarify one thing? And Sherry, if you can jump in too. This is not a special education route. This is actually a yellow bus.
Yes, it's one of the yellow bus routes.
Right. This is a route that our students who live in Acton and go to Blanchard take every day.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Andrew.
Thanks. Thank you for this. The total students, 24. What's the capacity of the buses that we have? Sherry, what's our bus capacity normally?
Usually around 70.
Around 70 kids in a bus?
Could be maximum capacity.
Okay, and so this group that you have here comprises the 24 or so children that would be attending Blanchard as part of this?
No, this is meant to act as an illustrative example of what we think a potential bus, or rather, what does a typical bus route to Blanchard look like? I think generally speaking, and I've heard this a lot from the community, is that please don't send my kid to Blanchard because it's so far away. And I'm trying to help sort of, I think, illustrate the idea that I don't think Blanchard's quite as far away as I think we're led to believe, if just because there's an existing bus route that has to stop off at Boardwalk first, then go to Blanchard, and there's 8 minutes to get from Boardwalk to Blanchard. And so, again, just indicating timelines in terms of morning and afternoon.
From our previous conversation on this topic, we were talking about how you would have the Avalon area versus the South Acton area, and the question was, how do you compare the two? So a question of both time and capacity is where that comes from. So thanks for doing this. I'm glad we have it.
Sherry, just for a factual check, is this a bus that has 24 total students on it? or is this just 24 of 70 students? Yeah.
All right, well, Sherry's figuring that out, Lisa.
I think I had a similar question along similar lines, meaning if this bus wasn't full and if we chose the transition policy to grandfather students in Acton going to Blanchard, then this would be representative of a bus route picking up some of those students. And so I guess I'm wondering is if there would still be scenarios where you'd have to have buses, because we have a limited number of buses and a limited number of drivers, where they would have to go to two schools still to be able to, for the grandfathering to take place, since we'd be providing transportation. So I think it's just a matter of figuring out those logistics of like, would we now, as a result of grandfathering, have other students have that lengthy bus ride because you have to fill the bus because you only have so many buses?
So the district transportation team's amazing, and they have attempted to try to answer some of these questions. So I'm speaking for myself in terms of projecting out. Yes, I mean, given the complexity, right, of where you're trying to move and, how you're moving different individuals, you would more than likely have those for a time until you kind of like tried to smooth out as much as possible. But I think Sherry.
Okay, thank you.
That route has 24 registered students on it. And normally, Andrew, to answer a little back, if you have 2 per seat, it's 56.
Thank you, Sherry.
And one other thing to sort of, I think, key in here, just as a comparison, right? This is I think the way Jen phrased it, as a by house, it's a single stop route at each individual house, which usually takes a little bit longer than when you start to just pick up masses of kids at different bus stops. So there would be a balancing act between what could be potentially done in this expanded Blanchard zone. There would obviously be train track stops, but you could imagine that there would be savings from the shorter distance and bus stops versus the length of going all the way to East Acton.
Yeah, I just imagine some of the stops are the way that they are for safety reasons, especially with winter.
Correct,
So.
yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
All right. The one other thing I will say for scenario 6A is that, so this zone right here, and I'm just looking up because I had the numbers. This zone right here has seen, I would say, fairly steady growth. Back in 18-19, there were 62 kids out of this zone going to school, and now this current year there were 85, and has steadily sort of increased throughout the couple years. So that is a consideration as well. All right, scenario 7A gets to now, instead of using this.
Nick, hang on a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nick, because you said 18-19, you mean 2018 and 19, correct?
Thank you. Yes. School year 2018 to 2019. Yeah.
We're
Sorry
a pretty
about
historic district, so I just wanted to make sure.
Back in 1819.
Thanks.
All right. You had open enrollment back then too, I guess. All right. So for scenario 7A, part of the challenge here was redesigning what the expanded Blanchard zone looks like. So a couple, I would say, things that are true is there was the predominantly southwestern portion of the district, and then we extended it as was identified by a mile, and then sort of this broader zone. I don't deny the fact, and I think it is one of the things that I dislike the most about the scenario, is the somewhat seemingly not perfect neighborhood boundary lines that were created for the expanded Blanchard zone. I will fully admit that is a hit. That was a necessity given the feedback that we received about some of the other areas, especially how they were located within a walk zone, close to other schools, or whatever the case may be. And so part of this, I think there has been a lot of frustration with, why am I driving past 2 schools? Again, we're talking 3-mile difference between Boardwalk and Blanchard, so I hear you in terms of feeling like you're driving past the school, but I do think it is within the general community. And we did attempt to create geographically close to Blanchard, expanded Blanchard zone, and that got shut down. So we are sort of, I think, adapting to what we are trying to accomplish here. So in this case, consistent boundaries for the lowers and the uppers. School capacity, again, is at that higher level in terms of utilization. The hometown guarantee, again, was achieved for Boxborough. 7A and 7 are good for balanced student demographics. Again, the recognized neighborhoods, I know there are some consternation about some aspects of it. We did really try to account for some of the broader, bigger, more well-defined neighborhoods. It then becomes a little bit ambiguous as you move down in terms of those less concrete neighborhoods. Walk zones, future enrollment trends, contiguous zones are all there. Again, you can look through the stats, but I do feel like they were really good and consistent across the schools. Again, utilization, you always see this, and this is probably not a huge surprise. Your no transition policy versus your option 3 or grandfathering everybody usually is pretty balanced and good. Your grandfathering just Acton students is always going to kind of like pop Blanchard off. So I will just say for the record, just grandfathering Acton students to Blanchard probably is not an option I would entertain. All right, so then in terms of looking at the class sizes, again, I just want to sort of flag this. It's that grade 4, and this is a completely different expanded Blanchard zone. So a lot of it has to do partly with Boxborough. Again, and here's the challenge where people are just like, well, send the Blanchard kids that were going to Acton. Well, you could, but you just got to do it for 4th grade or the current 3rd grade. And so that could be tricky from a equal perspective around you just randomly pick the 4th grade class. So these are the challenges where to make a blanket policy that is consistent becomes really tricky. In terms of 7A for the option 3, again, you see that there are that grade 4, grade 5 class sizes over in Blanchard. And again, there is variation across the other 2 schools, but I would say, generally speaking, it does achieve, I think, a vaguely consistent level of average class size. So again, coming back to, we need to figure out a way, and here's where I will fully admit, right, we were not able to give you a perfect solution through geography, but I think given the conversations I've had with the district, there are ways to mitigate those 2 classroom sizes. So for people who are like, that's unacceptable, I hear you completely. That's why the way we're going to solve this is not through the geographical boundaries, but through the transition policies. All right, so here's another transportation example. So this one was tricky because there was no existing transportation route that goes to Blanchard through this area. So the best I could do was identify this morning run that goes to Parker Damon and then Conant. Again, starts off, first pickup is at 7:59 and then drops off at Parker Damon at 8:29. So I do want to sort of emphasize this route is going all the way through this area and it takes 30 minutes to get to Parker Damon. And again, like I said, going from Boardwalk to Blanchard takes 8 minutes. And I know this because there is a bus route that needs to drop off right at 8:35 and book it over to Boardwalk to get the kids on time, and they are rarely late. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, this sort of gives you, again, more color to say, like, okay, how long does it take? I do want to flag, there was an email to you all, I think early today or the day before, that said to get from that area to Blanchard takes 21 minutes. And I Googled it myself, and I checked it, and this bus route sort of shows. I do not think that is accurate.
Glenn.
Thank you for this data. So just to hammer some key points home for clarification and accuracy, 7A has better racial and ethnic distribution and balance. Well,
I would say they're both good.
They're both good.
Yeah.
This one is a bit more evenly distributed.
I would call it within the margin of error, given how I know things are going to change into next year in enrollment. But I think, yeah, I think they're both perfectly fine.
Okay. And this bus route looks less painful.
If by pain you mean time on
duration,
bus,
yeah.
Yes. Well, for the Conant kids, it's 10 minutes shorter than the longest bus ride that we just looked at before.
So less painful bus route, and there is no perfect solution.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So these bus routes, we don't have to. I mean, you are providing them based on the existing routes for your data. But the school administration should be able to draw new bus routes to optimize on whichever we choose. Is that right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So I guess for folks who aren't kind of familiar with this, it takes weeks to make bus routes. And so given what we knew and given the ever-changing dynamics of these scenarios, it was unrealistic to assume they were going to kind of like develop existing or what the bus routes could look like. And so, yeah, we're trying to do our best in terms of how we're sort of thinking about this. Again, using these as an example, I think, truth be told, I think either one, I'll phrase it like this. I don't think either scenario creates prohibitive bus routes.
Thank you.
Okay. Finally, scenario 7. So I'm just gonna, I think, start here real quick. Part of our challenge, and as we were moving through scenario 6A and 7A, and as we were getting feedback and we were hearing about class sizes and whatnot, we were starting to really think through, okay, is the juice worth the squeeze? So part of the move from 7 to 7A was to expand the expanded Blanchard zone. And so just go up here real quick. If you look at the northwest expanded Blanchard zone, keep that in mind for 2 seconds. You'll see that there's kind of a chunk that's now missing in scenario 7. We initially had sort of projected out a couple years in regards to what the overall enrollment would look like across the different schools. And the way we were, I would say, conservatively thinking about enrollment projections, we were showing that Blanchard was dropping off in terms of utilization. So in our mind, we were thinking, okay, well, we should expand the size of the expanded Blanchard zone to help sort of beef up, if you will, excuse me, the size of Blanchard and the utilization. As we sort of played around with these numbers and went back and sort of looked and tried to get better enrollment projections, we actually realized that no, there's something that happens with Acton-Boxborough where you all gain enrollment by cohort every year. Despite the fact your enrollment is going down, this is a common thing where people move in regularly throughout the year. And so given that was the case, and given, because there was a couple questions that said, hey, your average class sizes looked better with scenario 7, why would we go to 7A? That led us to sort of come back and say, okay, 7 actually seemingly could fit the bill, so to speak, in regards to what we're trying to accomplish. I do want to sort of flag your grade 4 still is tricky. Now, the difference, and I do want to kind of like flag this here, in this scenario with the pure geographic placement, you can see that there is one additional teacher in grade 4, which gets you down to that 21. Your grade 5 is still at 26.7 average class size. If you come here, you can see that obviously there's only 3 teachers, so there's a higher average class size, where Parker Damon was the beneficiary of that additional teacher, and you see that grade 4 there is lower. So you can see not only is the complexity around geographical enrollment, but as the district has to deal with every year, they are managing the resources they have at play to not just continue to hire for hiring's sake and to manage the resources that they have. So in this case, just to kind of sum up 7, I think 7 does achieve similar, if not better results than 7A. Still has some of the similar challenges that you're going to have to address through the transition policy and eventually through the flex zone. But I just to be blunt, I think if I had to say what was better, 7 or 7A, I would go with 7. Kind of right off the bat. Now, that's a whole different conversation between 7 and 6A, but just to state for the record and to simplify it, I think 7 achieves everything 7A does with smaller expanded Blanchard zones, which more than likely is better for a lot of folks that I know are not comfortable with the expanded Blanchard zones. So that was kind of a very quick summary of scenario 7. I use the same transportation example again, just as a highlighting of what the transportation process would look like, and then you have your historical enrollment. So that brings us to the end of the presentation. One thing that was brought up, I do want to kind of flag for folks. Come on, close. Sorry, one sec. It was asked for in terms of thinking about what the actual how many students would have to move from their current, I used to be buildings, I'm saying campuses, given the fact that we have two different styles of uppers and lowers now. And so we had run those numbers, and I would say, obviously 100% of Conan students are moving. Under these scenarios, because they're pretty much similar no matter which one you do, about 50% of students would be moving from their existing building, or I'm sorry, their existing campus to a new campus. And so obviously Blanchard's very low because most of Boxborough is still going to Blanchard, but the other Boardwalk and Parker Damon, again, hover just under 50%. But if you average it together, it's about 50%.
Questions on scenario 7? I know we've talked through that one already. Okay. So I think that brings us to figuring out, first of all, which scenario we're using as our base plan. So 6A, 7, 7A. Before we raise hands, couple of ways we can do this. Does anybody, I guess, first of all, anybody still have questions they need to ask about a scenario before we start having a conversation about what we think here? Okay, Lakshmi, let's get that out of the way.
So it's not just scenario, right? I think it's scenario combined with transition policy. I think that makes sense. Because no scenario seems to really solve our problems of transition. Scenario helps kind of establish basic pattern, but the transition policy is what we get so many nasty emails about. I'm sorry, it's been bit much, some of them. What I'm saying is a scenario isn't going to be enough. Scenario helps us view the long term, but transition policy is what helps right now.
Yeah, so what I think we should be talking about first, because we need to do this in order, right? We're going to have to, this is kind of like as we worked our way through options, we're going to have to figure out what we marry up. It's 8:48, so we're actually doing okay time-wise. What we can do is maybe just start with talking base scenarios so that we kind of know what the issues are there, and we don't have to immediately take that vote. What we can then do is talk about what do we think marries up with that. And kind of get ourselves to a point where we feel like we're ready to package the whole thing. Does that? All right, Adam.
Yeah, I will say that makes sense. I think we have to work from the broadest topic to the most narrow topic. So as it's sort of in our agenda and in the vote language that we're looking at, we need to figure out what are our base geographic scenarios, what are going to be our flex policies and enrollment policies, and then what are going to be our short-term transition policies.
Go ahead.
Just before you start this, and Nick knows that this is an area I've become passionate about, is this concept of building utilization versus class size. And it's really important to understand that they are somewhat tangentially related, and it's not close. Right, the relationship between utilization and class size. I had asked Nick just a very, very hypothetical, ridiculous question. Knowing building utilization is calculated by us telling him the number of classrooms that can fit in a building and the maximum number of students that could fit in every classroom for each grade level. Dillinger then calculates that out, and that gives them a maximum total number of students for that building. When they program students for the building based on geography, they get to a number of students that will attend the building and then divide it by the total number. So it's just a gross calculation of how many students are in the building versus what is the maximum number of students the district told us you could put in the building. That is what utilization is. So if we said, and just for a ridiculous statement, there was going to be one classroom at Blanchard at 500 students, and there were 1,000 students capacity of the school, Blanchard would be operating at 50% capacity. It would look great when we look at building capacity, and it's a completely irrelevant number in terms of how we actually operate the district. I would strongly urge us to look at class size as the metric for a lot of this. Building utilization is important when you're looking at the big picture, But what I really think, having been here a long time, is our community is very, very concerned about how we manage the class sizes in our schools, because that is the everyday experience of our students and our teachers who are trying to work with them. So you can certainly go in any direction you want. I just want to make sure that you're really clear about what building utilization means versus what class size means, and that you're thinking of both of them, but you're thinking of them very, very differently. So that was my only pontification. Get out of your way and let you do your thing.
I'm going to go Liz, and then I'll come around to...
Just in the interest of acknowledging, that the community feels so rushed on this, I just, had to put this out there and ask sort of timeline-wise. I know that we need to define the geography, definitely, like before spring break. Is there any leeway where we would be able to potentially come back to or rediscuss the other pieces, the transition policy and/or flex zones? Or is there any leeway for either of those to be pushed out, or are we really up against, we have to have this in place?
It depends on what your other goals are. So if our goals are to be able to tell parents what schools kids are going to after April vacation, then we have to know it tonight. If we're willing to push that out, we can wait. That is also tied to our ability to collect feedback from families about potential peer groups, and our ability to have our educators working together to actually create next year's classrooms. I will tell you, we're, from here until the week after April break, when we want to release all the classroom informations, we are programmed on a daily basis of things that need to get done. And so any push off of just kind of knowing this, we can certainly still work to make it happen. It's just going to mean it's going to have to be probably a more directive approach that doesn't involve families to the degree that I think we value, or our educators to the degree that we actually think we need their eyes on our student groupings. So that would be my only caution, but does it mean that it can't happen? No.
Glenn, I'll come back around.
These are very important points. I personally want to give parents as much certainty as possible with the uncertainty we're dealing with as soon as possible. So that's a priority I have. With that in mind, which one of these three options is the worst when it comes to class sizes?
So, this is not going to be a satisfactory answer. They all suck. In terms of grade 4, no, at the end of the day, the grade 4 is the problem, which cannot be solved for geography. So I was about to, say, well, it's kind of tied in with transition policy, and it's not really, right? The geography, no matter what you do, and I know you say, what's the worst? They're all equally as good as they're going to get. How about that? Because at the end of the day, there needs to be, I'll give you an example of, I'm currently working with Worcester in the same process. They have schools that are over 112% capacity. They are teaching sometimes in the hallways, they're sometimes teaching in the music rooms, all this kind of different things. So I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying this is good insofar as, yes, there is variability across the classrooms, but not prohibitively so. And that is not dissuading the fact that 27 kids in a classroom is not high. I acknowledge that. That's actually a doable scenario for what we're trying to do, knowing that the district is going to do everything they can to reduce that number. And so at the end of the day, I think and I'll just kind of stick to 7 and 6A would be my focus. Any of those two scenarios will be as good as I think we can get, knowing that the district has the flexibility to even mitigate it around the margins some more.
Yenshin's also got a hand up. Is this Yenshin?
I think we've all been at this table and talking about a budget for the past 3 years or longer, Adam, almost a decade, right? So we know every month, 6 months, or a year that we push this process back, what would it cost? How many staff will have to be cut? And I think very recently, everybody's focusing on Lexington, that they had to let go over 60 staff. Peter, can you just, I know this question is probably really broad, but Can you just give us an idea for the people who are not sitting at these tables every 2 weeks? If we push this till next year, how many staff will we have to cut at this point?
I mean, I think the personnel savings from AB for this process was, we saved about 1.8 million in personnel costs, but then we brought in a couple new counselors at the elementary level and a couple of some office support for the schools that ended up costing us about $400,000. So it's probably a ballpark of about $1.5 million. And so however we choose to approach that $1.5 million still needs to get reduced. We also budgeted, I think, Conant operating costs at 50% for facilities related costs and things like that. So that's probably a couple $100,000 on top of that.
About 150.
150? Okay. So 1.6 to 1.7-ish million. Does that sound about right, Sherry?
I guess I'm trying to do the math in my head and it's failing me. Like how many staff, full-time staff, would it be for the 1.8 million?
$12 to $15.
If you do a ballpark, probably I'd say between 14 and 17.
So that's, if we were to push this and we say we're not doing this anymore, that's 12 to 15 staff has to be let go at the end of this year, correct? Depending on the salary range.
I think the bottom line is no matter what we do from here on out, we have to operate, like the school committee has voted the budget. That cannot change at this point because you actually can't change the budget before town meeting. So that's going to get moved forward no matter what we do in here. The bottom line is what we would have to do, whatever we have to do to figure out how to make reductions, including personnel that have already accepted new positions that now we would have to go higher for.
Could I chime in? Just as a real quick point, I kind of judge a consultant on, do they tell you what you want to hear or do they tell you what you need to hear? You need to make a decision tonight. And I do want to emphasize, right, not that you all are, but you're kind of avoiding talking about the big tricks or the challenges around these two scenarios. I appreciate the class size is one of the components. I mean, I'll kind of help cut to the chase here for a second. 6A and 7A, the biggest difference is your expanded Blanchard zone. Start there and then work out beyond that. But I would encourage you, please do not drag this out because given what I've talked to with the community, they do not want it dragged out.
Shen.
I'll just be really quick. I actually know because the school committee has to do what we need to do to educate the students. I think, like Lakshmi mentioned, I think we've probably received the most vitriolic emails, like in-person comments, etc. These past weeks. I'm allowing it because the school committee is a governing body. As a person, I try not to think that they're just yelling at me. So I just want the communities to have an opportunity to hear what catastrophic outcome it will be if we push this out.
And I'll just put on top of that we wouldn't really be able to solve that problem at the elementary school level because we'd be going backwards. And so then we would have to continue to cut at the secondary level, and we already have those class sizes up at the highest level. Like, yes, we need to move on. Okay, we're going to move on. All right, I'll start over here. Let's figure out this scenario.
May I entertain a motion?
No, well, yeah, we can put a motion out there so we can talk about it. So that gets us
I think we should
focused.
do that.
All right, question from Lakshmi first.
Okay.
So, actually, it's two-part. I have to do that because otherwise I wouldn't get a chance.
You're okay.
First question is to Peter. You said building capacity versus class size. When Nick presented as 102%, right, capacity at Blanchard, does it mean that it's based on the building capacity? That's question one. Question two is, I see all these emails about parents talking about how their kids are missing their friends, their cousins, whoever, right? And that seems to be the top of their concern. My concern as a school committee member is none of that. School kids are resilient, as one of the community members said. What concerns me is the class size being really big. And is it really big? Is it that bad? I don't know. But I think we are jumping from one way of operating to that. And I think we are not giving that much time for the staff and the school to grow into it. I think that's my concern. And for that, if Peter can specify, what does it cost to get that class sizes down when your flex zones and volunteer enrollment options don't work out?
Okay, so I think I heard two questions to me. The first one was building capacity and class size related. Building capacity, it's incredibly important when Nick gets to the example that he talked about, like in Worcester, if you have teachers trying to teach students in hallways and alcoves and you don't have appropriate instructional spaces, that's when building capacity really comes into play as a major problem. But I could have low building capacity and grossly high class sizes at the same time, simply because I'm under-programming the number of classrooms I need in a building, but I'm putting too many students in each of those classes. So they do operate somewhat independently of each other.
So my question was...
in all of these scenarios, the number of sections you see at the bottom of each of these buildings, so 22 sections at Blanchard, 42 at Boardwalk, and 43 at Parker Damon, those are all exactly what we were hoping for in terms of what we gave Nick. And we have really worked to balance those sections that way. We're also trying to create generally predictable schools for our teachers over time, so we're not bouncing teachers around between schools either. So that was something that was important to us as well. Blanchard, for example, next year has 4 sixth graders on the scenario, the 4 sixth grade sections in the scenario he has up in front of you. They will graduate out. It's unlikely, without having to heavily flex Acton residents, that we would have 4 sections at Blanchard the following year. In kindergarten, right. So Blanchard will go from 22 sections in the building probably or possibly to 21, unless we choose to flex a lot of students from Acton. That's just something we're going to have to make a decision about at the time. So you get these slight enrollment bubbles that go through schools. That is normal, and we can program Blanchard up to 24 sections. We can't go over 24 sections due to some contractual issues in some of our teaching roles. And we can program Boardwalk and Parker Damon up to 48 sections. However, Boardwalk and Parker Damon don't actually have space for 48 sections, so it's actually about 43 that we can program in those buildings. So there's a lower capacity just due to space. But what you see here works for the district, and that's the resulting class size. In terms of the cost of trying to adjust this, if we try to add classrooms to our overall elementary total, it costs about $100,000 a classroom, and if you're adding a kindergarten classroom, it's probably about $130,000. Was that pretty reasonable? Because it comes with a teacher and an assistant. The cost of trying to think about the transition policy layered on top of a scenario and how we might reach out to families and seek volunteers to be able to stay grandfathered into or move to other buildings, that's free. So, I think that was a lot of our discussion with Nick is how do we provide enough flexibility in the transition year, knowing that once we get all of our families situated into schools, we're only then dealing with flex zones, which is very manageable. But the challenge is how do we get from point A to point B? Adding teachers adds up quickly. Flexing students around is a transitional policy, is free, and I think my gut is there are likely enough families in those qualifying categories who would prefer to stay in a building or go to a different building that we could probably get some volunteers to do it, which is I think why we put this in front of you. And it's entirely your decision about what you think is right for the community.
Thank you.
Glenn.
The world is volatile enough. Growing up as a kid in 2026 is volatile enough. This is a stressful time for families. We have enough data to make a decision tonight. I want to give parents as much certainty ASAP in this time of uncertainty. We need certainty, we need stability, we need predictability. We need to make these tough decisions now and not kick this down the road. That is a disservice. 6A has the worst bus times, and 7 is better than 7A. I move for 7.
Adam.
Can I make a friendly amendment to Glenn's awesome motion?
Yes, please.
I will hear it. I move that the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee adopt scenario 7A as the official elementary school geographic boundary map. This map shall go into effect July 1st, 2026, and remain in effect until or unless amended by the school committee.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, so okay, so yeah, actually, I think, yes, you said 7A.
My
and I looked at you and you said yes, thank you.
My mistake, I apologize.
My mistake. I apologize as well.
Okay, let's take it.
Glenn, you want to? I'm going to remove my friendly amendment. Do you wish to remove your second?
I do wish to remove my.
Do you wish to remove your motion and make a new motion based off of the paper in front of us?
Okay, how about I just withdraw my motion and let someone else handle it?
No.
Well, just, okay, it's been a long night. I'm kind of stressed, but we're doing okay.
Do you have the paper with the motion?
Here it is.
There you go.
There you go.
So just for transparency with the community, these are complicated motions, and we wanted to make sure that school committee members had them, the technical language of it, and that you could see it as it evolves, potentially with amendments and things like that. So you're going to see it projected. They also have it on paper. It doesn't limit what they might do to motions. However, it's just to make sure that the motions being made are accurate. And for school committee members, I will let you know that all of these motions were vetted by our attorneys.
Nope.
So actually, we are past public comment. So no, you're out of order. This is our conversation. Glenn, motion first, and then we will have discussion.
As my previous statement, I explained my reasoning. I feel I explained my reasoning well. I move that the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee adopt Scenario 7 as the official elementary school geographic boundary map. This map shall go into effect July 1st, 2026, and remain in effect until or unless amended by the school committee.
All right, so that was moved by Glenn, seconded by Adam. We are now going to have discussion before we vote. So work away around the table. Let's start over here, Lisa.
Can my discussion include a quick question to Nick?
Yep.
Okay. Nick, you were talking about that chunk coming out of 7A to make 7, and I really liked 7, and that's why I'd reached out and emailed to you, because while I appreciated everyone's feedback and the iterating and continuing to, do some tweaking, I think we had it right at 7. However, I think the question that I have is, when I'm thinking about future-proofing and sustainability and later on, having to enact those flex zones, does 7A prevent us from having to use the flex zone sooner rather than later, or to a greater degree, I guess is what I'm asking, because since there's, more students in Blanchard and we know that that's going to drop, I guess what I'm trying to get at, would there be any benefit to 7A that I'm not seeing here in terms of a future-proofing standpoint, because I like 7 better, and so I want to make sure?
No. There is no benefit, I think, from 7 to 7A.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Adam?
I was curious why 7 versus 7A as well. I think, Nick, you did a great job of explaining it. I don't think that there's any option where we're not going to have some disruption to folks and people are going to be unhappy, and we've seen that. I think the hardest thing for us to portray to the community is the amount of feedback that we've gotten, and tens of, 20s of hundreds of emails over the past few weeks that get read over and over again. Our thinking evolves, our process evolves. I appreciate that so many people start their email with, "Thank you for the work you're doing, this is very hard," and then it usually ends up with a, "But you're ruining my life." And I apologize. There's no way that we can do this without doing that somehow to some people. I appreciate the work that happened at the last minute. I will tell you, I was extremely frustrated that yesterday we got another set of slides, but it showed that there was more thinking going on about how to solve some of these problems in direct response to feedback that we've gotten. I think that option 7 is the way to go. I also believe that as we've seen our enrollment history, this becomes less and less and less of a stress point as our enrollment continues to decline. Oh, by the way, it means that our funding will also continue to decline. And so I encourage everybody who's here, who's frustrated about this, please continue to stay engaged. Please continue to follow along the budget process, not just at the schools, but at the towns. We have been fighting this fight for, thanks, Shen, a decade now for some of us. To make sure that we're getting the funding we need from both the state and the town to make this happen. This is not an Acton-Boxborough Regional School District problem. This is not a town of Boxborough, a town of Acton problem. This is a municipal problem in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are underfunded. Peter shared earlier, I'm on a soapbox, I apologize. Peter shared earlier that he had to submit a report for extra work that we have to do that we get absolutely no funding for. And that's what we're dealing with here. That is the frustration that we have in the committee and the administration. We're doing our best to make sure that we get the best resources to all the kids that need that. I'm done.
I'm going to follow your rant a little bit. Lexington and the amount of staff that they have to cut, they're doing that on short notice. I know this has been fast. I know this has been hard, but we've been working on this for a year. We're not doing this in a matter of months. And they're now looking at having to close a couple of schools coming down the road too. As hard as this is, our district has been working on this for years and years and years. And I appreciate the work and I think I'm up now over 600 emails to the school committee over the course of this year on AB Forward. That is both painful and awesome at the same time. So yes, thank you for all this input. I was really relieved to see 7 come back as well, Nick. The class sizes, what I really wanted to say to everybody's email that said the class sizes are ridiculous and everything's in Blanchard, you're right. So I think 7 is the base problem, the base scenario to work off of, and I think we have more work to do on the flex zones and transition policy, but this is where I would like to start too. Shen.
Thank you. Actually, I looked through all those scenarios multiple times, but in my head, do you remember when we started at AB Forward? It was one first grade teacher from Blanchard and said that she feels every year that her table, the legs are growing thinner and thinner. And that always stayed with me. So as we're looking through the scenario, they all suck. But I think 7 sucks a little less because the class sizes, it's not ideal. Perhaps it's more manageable than either 7A or 6A. I do have a small question, which is, so for scenario 7, that Blanchard's is 95 utilization, but Parker Damon upper school is like 100%. But the class size somehow didn't go to the crazy zone. I was just wondering, like, why?
Can you put up the presentation? So can you be specific? You're saying?
So I think for scenario 7,
Right.
Parker Damon upper school is 100% utilization.
Where are you seeing that?
It's slide, yeah. Oh. Am I looking at the wrong slide?
Oh, there we go. 408. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That's because this is, I thought I had labeled it, this is this current year's enrollment.
Okay.
So the statistics, like I had sort of indicated, to be able to sort of show you all the percentage of low income, race, and all that other stuff is using current year's enrollment. Then for this, we start to use 26, 27 projected enrollment, as well as the projected class sizes use 26 and 27. So a lot of the tricky business around the high level, or rather the increased 6th grade cohort class size moves out, smaller class sizes move in. So that's why you see the subtle drop in total utilization.
Okay.
I would also say this too, to Peter's point, right? The calculation for utilization uses what you ideally want to have as a max class size. Which in this case, and I don't have them off the top of my head, but especially for the upper grades, is around 24. So there is a world, right, where you could be at 100% capacity and every class size is exactly at where it needs to be. Again, high, but not prohibitively high given the current guidelines.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Thanks. I think Lisa had a really great question, and future-proofing is a key concern. You know, this isn't just a map, it's a foundation for a whole new system we're putting in place. And my concern about it is that all of these scenarios, as Yangshan said, as you said, they all suck. They're collaborated, though, to our current demographics, and the population's going to change as students move through the system, but the boundaries are going to remain fixed. And I don't see a clear plan for how that holds up over time. So I'm really uncomfortable with all of these pieces here, and I don't have a way of reconciling that.
So I'm going to actually want to talk about that. So I don't know if everybody realizes that our current demographics are pretty seriously unbalanced. Like that's where we started when we started talking about this. And that means that teachers, depending on which school building they're in and the concentration of high-need students, have different experiences in their classrooms and different loads. And I think we definitely have heard that from our educators as we've talked to them. It also means for students, there's a different experience of how many resources we have to help kids when they need it. And I'm not just talking, I'm talking about any kids, really. Like, our kids who need help are not just the ones who are learning another language or trying to learn in English when it's not their native tongue, or maybe it's a student who's on an IEP. No, like this is all of our kiddos. We have students who don't fit in a high needs category who are not meeting grade level standards for literacy. So to me, the very first thing that is important is getting these demographics balanced, and that's why we have to do geographic enrollment, because we can't do it through open enrollment. We can't do it through where we're at right now. And so as I'm looking at this, I feel like that's the problem that we have to solve, and I'm going to acknowledge that none of us can see the future. But we brought in somebody with expertise in doing this to do our darn best to get something that is future-proof. So I think there is a level of, that's what we brought Nick in here to do, and when we ask him a question about, is this the best future-proofing you can give us, given everything that you know, and knowing it's based on assumptions, it's gonna have to be. I think there's a point at which we have to accept that and move on, and it's okay to be uncomfortable with that. Like, I recognize that as well.
Everything you talked about why we're doing this, I mean, I agree with the mix that we're doing for demographics is based on the needs we have now and the needs we know are in the system. But the concern I have about this is that the kids that we're organizing our system for are going to move through the system. And that next round of kids that are coming in will not be the same. They won't be the same needs. They won't have the same demographics. And we're locking ourselves into the space, but we're not building the additional policies around it to be able to maintain the demographic mix that you're talking about, to be able to maintain the mix of services that you're talking about. We're placing a rigid, non-variable, a rigid, non-variable model on top of a population that's changing. My concern about this is that within 3 years, the kids that we're designing this for will be in their next section, meaning that the new kids that come in may need additional, we may need to do this again. and we're not talking about the future 10 years from now. We need to look at what's going to happen 3 years from now. And we need to have that, whether it's flex zones, whether it's something else, whether it's a model that needs to be talked about. That's my concern in all of this.
Yep, and we'll get to those. We're just looking at setting base scenario, right? Okay, cool. Glenn.
I want to thank my colleagues, particularly Andrew, for the respectful and productive discussion we have here. I move the previous question.
Second.
Okay, so you're going to make us vote. So that was moved by Glenn. So what Glenn just did, so that everybody's tracking, is that we're going to stop talking about this and take a vote. So we're voting on whether we're going to take a vote. Moved by Glenn, seconded by Adam. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So with that, we're going to circle back up here to the final reorganization plan scenario being 7. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so Andrew opposed. Any abstentions? Okay. All right, so that passes. And next up, we need to figure out enrollment policy and flex zones and transition policy. It probably makes sense to do the flex zones first. So let's take it in that order. Do we have questions before we get a motion on the table? Yenshin.
I have a question for operations. Peter, is it possible that with the larger class size for the next year, can we temporarily put in class assistants so that we can help the educators and the students to adapt to the new AB?
We can do just about anything within the total budget that we have allocated, but we don't have money beyond the budget. So just to, that is ultimately our answer. I think that's not, and I'm going to say in all seriousness, that's not out of the realm of possibility. And that also, I think that might not be a flex zone discussion. I think that might be a transitional policy discussion. Because if you choose not to adopt transitional policies and keep more students just kind of locked in place, then we might want to think about staffing mitigation strategies. But if we do it by thinking about how our students sit, we may or may not need additional staffing.
Adam.
Peter, can you put up the image on this deck of the flex zones? It's towards the beginning. Yeah, that's the one. So I just want to clarify that what we're doing in our next single vote is 2 actions potentially. One is to approve these fruit-flavored, rainbow-colored flex zones, and the policy JC that accompanies provides the definition and both the location of those. Those are the 2 things that we're sort of capturing into one vote next.
So your current enrollment policy, and this is typical of all Acton-Boxborough policies, the policy itself is just a very high-level statement of general direction for the school district as a matter of governance. None of our open enrollment procedures that we currently have had in place for the last 30 plus 40 years actually sit in the policy. They actually sit in the administrative procedure that accompanies the policy. So the policy language that's proposed in your packet is just a revision to the high-level statement saying instead of it's an open enrollment policy, it's now one based on geography. What we're asking you to do is to adopt the policy and to also vote to approve the language of the flex zone FAQ, which includes the geographic maps of the flex zones. Once that's approved, we would write that into administrative procedure that accompanies the policy. And our only goal was just to stay consistent with how we've operated in the past, with how we write our policy and procedures into the future.
Go, Adam.
So I have a follow-up then, and you sort of mentioned it, Peter. There's, I think, clarification that's required in the FAQ. particularly around, and let me just look at what my notes were here, particularly around, family placement up at the beginning of the FAQ. And I guess what I'm getting at is I want to describe to you the intention of what I would like to see changed about the FAQ. I do not want to mess with that language right now, and so the motion that we may carry will be with the intention that's been communicated. So I believe in item 1 of the FAQ, where we talk about purpose and definition, we should have a very clear description of the fact that once a family is placed in a school, their assignment will not change unless they relocate outside of their current flex zone.
I hate to say this, but because we're asking you to vote to approve it,
okay,
we need to know what the language is and make sure it's in there.
Do we have a way to edit that FAQ document?
I do. I don't
want to.
currently have a way to project it, but I can work on getting it over to a different
I think Tori's
computer.
got some of it. So it's a document that's in our packet, and my suggestion is at the bottom of the second paragraph of that document, we add the language that says, once placed, I've got it typed out here. If we like this, then I will just copy that and share that with Peter and the rest of the administration. Once a family is placed in a school, their assignment will not change as long as they do not move outside of that flex zone. I'm happy to take any feedback on that suggestion to the FAQ.
Can I ask a question? So you have an individual who's in the flex zone, their child joins the school, they move out of the flex zone but stays in the zone. Are you concerned that the district would move them?
I think that is implied as I've read the FAQ.
So you're concerned with if somebody moves within the flex zone to a new house, and because they moved but they're still registered in the school, that the kid could be in danger of moving?
Yeah.
So then the final question is why is it stipulated within the boundary? Within, like, why not just say you could? And I think what you're getting at is if you have a child who's in a school and you move within that zone, even if you move within the flex zone, the kid cannot be moved.
Describe to me what you mean difference between zone and flex zone.
Sorry, geographical boundary. So if I have a child who's in the geographical boundary of a school and moves into the flex zone, you, I think, want to prevent them from having to be flexed. Even though they moved, and even though they moved into a flex zone, they're still registered in that school, and so you do not want them to be moved. Is that correct?
No, I think my intention is if I live in a flex zone, so as I sit and put zone and I moved somewhere else in that zone, that geographic zone, I'm not changing schools. If I live in a boardwalk zone and I move in a boardwalk zone, I'm not changing schools. So I live in a Parker-Dama zone and I move to a boardwalk zone, I'm most likely going to be moved. If I live in a zone that is flexed and I stay inside that very narrow boundary of the area that I'm flexed, I don't want to trigger the opportunity to get moved.
Okay, so I'm hearing you completely, but I think I'm trying to get you to give the definition big. I think you want a bigger definition, and so let me try. If you have a student who is currently in a who has been registered in a specific building, right, and they move, you want them to stay in that building, I think, unless they move into another attendance boundary.
Yes.
Right, that would be the only way that they could move from, and the only reason why I'm saying this is because you could have a student outside of a flex zone move into a flex zone, which you don't want them to move, right? You don't want them to be flexed, same boundary. You have a student inside a flex zone who has been flexed, and they could move within the flex zone, I think, and you don't want them to move. But I think the trick is what happens if they move out of the flex zone into that geographical boundary that they currently exist within that flex zone? Would you expect them to have to go to that geographical boundary, or do you want them to stay?
To me, that's like changing your geographic zone.
Okay, so then I think it's then you would stay in your school unless you move out of your existing flex zone or move outside of your geographical boundary, your current geographical boundary school, or however you'd want to phrase that.
Lakshmi.
So by doing that kind of variations, I mean, the whole reason we are doing flex zones is for operational efficiencies, right? By doing that, don't we lose that?
I'm trying to provide a level of certainty in a very gray area.
I know, but that ties down the administration to run bus routes.
It doesn't, because what I'm trying to do is protect, if I'm in a school, if I'm in a school and I stay in the zone that is served by that school, either through flex or through standard geographic boundary, I'm worried about triggering someone being flexed when they're in an established school and are staying within the boundaries of that. But they're changing their residence,
yeah,
right?
I understand that part. I think that's really good. But I'm more worried about, let's say that South Acton, that Green, right? They either go to Parker Damon or Boardwalk. And the buses are basically decided based on which flex zone the region is decided. Every year it can change based on the enrollment requirements for each school, right? Now, a kid who is going to Parker Damon now suddenly moves into the area where the Boardwalk bus is coming. Now you're asking them to keep them in Parker Damon. Won't that cause problems?
My understanding of a flex zone is that inherently you're going to have two schools served out of that zone as it continues to get used.
Every street in that flex zone. Is that so?
It's not a binary choice. So even in kindergarten enrollment, the district may say, all right, for kindergarten enrollment, I need 4 more kids to go over here. And as I've understood our policy or our language right now, we're going to first search for volunteers in the entirety of that zone. Are there 4 families who want to get flexed into that? So we've already opened up the entire geographic boundary of that flex zone from a transportation standpoint.
Can't we leave that in the language flexible enough for the administration to work through? We prefer that, but not tie their hands. If it's going to live with the FAQ of a procedure, I mean, there's not much teeth we have anyway.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of uncertainty and lack of clarity in the FAQ. And if we're voting an FAQ, then I want that to be as clear as possible. Otherwise, it comes back to us again, and there may be an edge case in the next 2 weeks that needs to get resolved. And we had a real estate agent in the room earlier today, and she was on her phone managing listings because it's springtime. And so I'm just worried that we could hit this now, and I want us to, if we've identified it as a challenge, I'd rather define it now.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew.
Sometimes trying to work through these things procedurally is more difficult than focusing on outcomes. The outcome you're looking for, you move, you go to the school that your address is aligned to if you move out of a flex zone. If you don't move out of a flex zone, you maintain your status. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Or you move into a geography that is defaulted to your.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter where you're going because we have said, Nick Stuff has said, every house has a geographically defined school. You move from where you are to where you're going, if it's in the or in a different flex zone, any flex zone, that's my question to you. If you move from the South Acton to the West Acton flex zone, are you still able to maintain?
I think we probably need a better definition of, and forgive me, I have read all of this, but Peter, can you tell me the West Acton, South Acton, and the dark purple zones, they're not, you're going to flex, they have a defined school that is their primary and secondary, correct? Yes, Peter's nodding. So,
well, my only question was this, and I apologize for interrupting, but my only question was, if we have multiple flex zones and you move from one flex zone to another, do you maintain your flex zone status? And it's an if, not a that.
I think the answer is it depends.
Okay.
I mean, we've talked about this before, right? Like this is a difficult policy to figure out all of the components of, and it's sure as heck not easy to do at 9:37 at night. Of
course not.
So maybe my suggestion would be, I mean, this is something that I would want to send to the policy subcommittee and have them figure it out. Mm-hmm. So maybe what I will do is withdraw all of my comments and then just ask that we put this on the policy subcommittee's table to better refine the FAQ as soon as possible.
But I think that helps. Hopefully it helped.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, I think you all, Nick included, thanks for turning the tables on us, have sort of uncovered some of the uncertainty that's in here. My hope is that we can provide that certainty as soon as possible to families. My hope is that we don't need to deal with that in the short term, but that we can, through our policy subcommittee, better define it. You want to say something, Peter?
I'm concerned if we want to follow the trajectory we're on, that includes actions we need to take tomorrow morning. If we send this to policy sub for review and then back, and then it doesn't get resolved, we don't actually know what you're telling us to do. So I think we're in a bit of a conundrum right here, where unresolved issues tonight mean that we don't have a path to move forward.
Do you feel you have the information in the documentation that's provided to us as written now to move forward with placements for next year?
Yes.
Okay. So then I think that this is an area of improvement for a policy that can happen post next year's enrollment planning. So, and I don't think it's something that can happen at the school committee table. I think it's something that policy committee should look at down the line.
Yeah, I guess what I just want to make sure, if you vote something tonight, it is a procedure, which means we can incorporate language, but you're also voting to tell us that this is the direction to take. We can then go back and incorporate language that says you want more certainty for families around when they may or may not move with zones, and that's very easy for us. I just want to make sure that we are also clear that whatever goes unvoted tonight, we get stuck on. And it's not to try and pressure you to vote or not, it's just saying we're stuck.
My preference is for future clarity on the FAQ.
Okay. Again, acknowledging it is 9:40. What else do we need to do with the FAQ here?
Can I make a suggestion for how you might think of the motion? Because right now, this reads, I move that the committee adopts revisions to the enrollment policy JC as presented or as amended. You might say something, you move to the enrollment policy, right? If you're okay with that, that's easy, because that's as presented, right? Because we're actually not talking about the enrollment policy, we're talking about the FAQ. And approve the logistics and location of the flex zones plans as identified in the Acton-Boxborough FAQ to be incorporated into a new set of procedures. So if you're actually okay with the logistics and the flex zone maps, that's actually what the motion is asking you to vote. right? And then we come back with clarified language in a procedure. So that, I mean, that's just my reading of it.
Andrew?
This is not about the flex on FAQ, but about policy JC and another question that I think needs to be brought up. But the first thing, regarding policy JC, we made some strikeouts and adjustments to this that kind of does a bit of a switch with the way that the school district, school committee has always focused on the school district. It starts here with the school district strives to provide high standards of educational excellence in all of its elementary schools. We don't have that in our new language. And one of the other things that we do inside of this is pull back any agency from parents or families and place all of the decision-making on the decider at the table over here. I have a concern about this policy in that shift, that there's only the discretion of the superintendent or their designate as the sole way of being able to make any adjustments to enrollment for any family. That could include if you have a child who needs special needs and you want to make sure that your kids go to the same schools and a kid that doesn't have special needs, or any other issue. The policy, as it states, has an opaque way of talking about how to govern what this is. And perhaps as we go through with amended or go through the other variable language he's talking about, we have some way of being able to kind of refocus that we're trying to do this with the students and provide some level of governance, or some level of governance to be determined by policy in the same way we're doing the FAQ, to allow a predictable, stable way of being able to request a change rather than inundating whoever our superintendent is in 2 years with requests to, I want to be here, I want to be there.
So who do you think ought to be making that decision?
I think that decision is not spelled out here. I think this decision right now is at the discretion, it says specifically, the sole discretion of the superintendent or their designate, without any opportunity for laying out what that policy needs to be. What's their way of being able to make a decision? Because there are lots of there's benevolence and there's malevolence, and there are ways of being able to hold things over people's heads. There's ways of being able to there's no understanding of what that decision-making process is. And I would think that if we're putting together this new thing, and we are having questions like Adam has about the flex zones, having some method of being able to say, in the case of a requested exception, this is a path that can go through, or whatever that might be. I'm not proposing a solution. I'm saying we've removed agency of families in this and placed it entirely on the discretion of the superintendent. And we've also removed that we want to have high standards, but that's words that we can put in here that just should be put back in.
Adam?
I hear what you're saying, Andrew. I'm going to flip the table on you as well. Is this something that you think we can manage through the procedure and ask for the district to provide? I mean, we don't vote on procedures, but we definitely see them and provide guidance. So I agree with you. Inherently, moving from a choice program to a geographic means that we have removed a great deal of agency from our families. And I hear your concern about sort of the guardrails around the superintendent and the designee. And I wonder if that's something that we look to get better clarified in the procedure.
As I mentioned in what I was talking about before, similar to what you're talking about with the FAQ, having a way of comment, the way Peter had said, comment that a policy of some kind can be put in place to be able to have greater clarity, greater sunlight in this would make this more palatable. And this is not about a shift from open enrollment to geographic. This is entirely about providing a lot of power to a single person and not allowing the parents, the staff, the whomever else around that to have a defined path for asking for exceptions.
I guess I'm a little curious about if it wasn't the superintendent, who do you think would be?
What you're misunderstanding is that I'm saying I want a policy for this, or a procedure, or governance around the superintendent's discretion, or governance around the superintendent's decision.
Okay, sorry.
That's the issue we have. We don't have any governance in this. And without governance, we have opportunities for issues.
Okay. My confusion was that when I hear you say policy, I feel like that's a school committee thing. And when it's procedure, I feel like that's an administration thing. You're just saying it needs to be written down what it is.
I'm saying it needs to be placed in here, and I think the document as we have doesn't speak to that. And having some way of being able to then later speak to that is important to have on the thing that we talk about. Because when we vote this, this becomes law.
So how are you asking to change this?
I would say, and I don't have the words because I haven't thought that part through, but I do think that, the designee responsible for implementing student assignments in established zones, I think we need to say through maybe it's through a school committee policy to be determined or something on that so that we can go back and come up with what that governance is. We don't have governance for flex zones. We don't have governance for enrollment like this. We don't have governance for how we'll shift this later on. We need some opportunity to be able to put guardrails, as Adam said, around what we're doing here.
Adam?
Yeah, I agree with you, Andrew, and I think that for the purpose of us giving the administration what they need to move forward tomorrow, I think the best way to capture that is to say, we need the district to provide us with JC-R, which is the procedure for us to evaluate. And they're going to have to write that procedure anyway, because then they're going to have to follow it to go place all of our kids. And I guess the compromise I'm looking to make is to say, we're going to provide that oversight in real time as you're doing the next round of placements. And we want to see the procedure, and not for this round, but again, in the feedback and iteration for the procedure, we want to make sure that those guardrails are there.
I think it's important for us to be able to have those guardrails around these decisions, to understand what our families are going to deal with in the future.
Glenn?
I move to close debate.
I'll second. I think we're going round and round.
All right. So it has been moved by Glenn and seconded by Liz that we don't have a motion on the table. Let's get a motion on the table.
That's why I'm closing debate.
Then we don't need to vote on that because there's not a motion on the table. So what you really need to do is make a motion. Adam.
I'd like to make a motion.
There you go.
Sorry, we're sharing the same document here. So I move that the committee adopts revisions to the enrollment policy JC as presented and approves the logistics and location of the flex zones as identified in the Acton-Boxborough Elementary Flex Zones policy and FAQ to be incorporated into a new set of administrative procedures, JC-R, to accompany policy JC, and that those procedures shall be presented to the school committee before the end of this school year.
Second.
Can I speak to my added language?
So first of all, tell me who seconded that, please.
That was Glenn.
Thank you. Yes.
Andrew, I'm trying to capture your concern, and I want to provide something that's reasonable for our administration, but is also time-bound, that says we need to see the procedure.
That
so
kind
that
of
we can provide
variability, I
feedback.
think, is important for us to be able to codify inside this document.
Great, thanks.
Any further discussion? All right, good work, guys. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Nope, great, okay. Two down. This is going to be the hard one. Transitional policy. And as we start looking at that, there's a lot here to work with. I'm just going to comment that as I look at this and I think back through a lot of the feedback that we've received, I think there are a couple of things that we're focused on. We started out thinking about the sizes of cohorts that are moving. And so remembering that Blanchard's tricky, right? Because it's almost already, I think it's 75% geographically distributed already. So cohorts moving in just the pure geographic model are very small, and cohorts moving out in just the pure geographic model are very small. And so that's one of the reasons that we started having that conversation about grandfathering. And then admittedly, we are also looking, because of the flex zones, and we have Conant students in there as well, how do those things interact? more recently, the conversation has been about class sizes. And so we also see the need to think about not just how are we moving students, but once we get them into the classroom, are we getting them into classrooms that are reasonably sized? I'm kind of thinking this in terms of order of operation. Demographics was number one. We've worked through that in all the scenarios. I'm now thinking that the next thing I'm thinking about is how do we get our class sizes right? Because that is really important and going to be challenging to manage. And then as much as we can within that, how do we maximize that small cohort relief? That's how I'm thinking about it. Who else would like to comment? Adam.
I want to just express my extreme gratitude to both Nick and Peter. I know you guys have been on the phone for a very long time working through all of the minutia. And to Tori's point, I think we've settled the big boulders. We've worked on the pebbles, and we're really at the sand now. We're really at the grains of sand. And so I believe that what you've put forward with our option number 3 plus the district discretion really answers a lot of the concerns that we have. And I'm going to recognize that even still with all of that, there are going to be a couple kids who might be impacted. But my feeling is, knowing the amazing educators and administrators and supports that we have in the district, we can wrap our arms around those few kids and make sure that they feel seen, supported, and heard through their transition. So there are a lot of different components to this motion, but I believe that we need to grandfather the Acton students to Blanchard. I believe we need to grandfather the students in the Blanchard expansion zone into their existing or their current campuses. And then I believe that we need to provide that parent preference and district discretion around the grandfathering, because I don't want to split up siblings. And then that the district can manage the class sizes in that last group through some volunteer opportunities.
Were you going to make a motion?
It's a complicated one, and if you'd like, I can put the motion on the table and we can discuss it there, or we can discuss it now. I'm indifferent.
All right, let's see if somebody wants to go a different direction before we launch this. Lisa.
So I just want to call out a couple things when we're having this discussion that I think you did a great job of mentioning everything, but I just want to call out the fact that when thinking about moving those small cohorts, I just want to recognize that there are students who live in Boxborough but are attending schools in Acton, and so, you know, by virtue of all of this, they would end up staying in Blanchard or end up having to stay in Boxborough and go to Blanchard. And then calling out the fact that CONET students cannot be grandfathered. So I think I just want to acknowledging, naming, and calling out some things that I think that I've been wrestling with is that people keep telling us over and over and over again in emails, you know, I read them, I know we're reading them, and they're saying that their neighborhoods are important and having neighborhoods together. And part of the reason that we heard a little bit of some thoughts on flex zones was because they were worried about the neighborhood getting broken up. And I think one of the problems that I thought about with grandfathering is that you do have, again, students going to different places wherever they were grandfathered to, or if they can't be grandfathered, like the Conant students. So just wanting to name and acknowledge all of those things and enter that into the discussion, and just reiterate your point that, you know, it's impossible to find a perfect scenario, and there's absolutely nothing that we can choose that will make every single individual happy, because obviously, you know, the variety of circumstances that I mentioned.
Yenshin.
I just have a question. I like the option 3 with district's discretion as well. What I'm worried about is that when we have school choice, Andrew over there is the person who answers every single email. This process, as Nick mentioned, that will have to be done very fast when the parents have input, and the turnaround time is like 2 days, right? Andrew, do you think you can manage that?
The short answer is yes. Once you set the parameters and the order of operations, we implement sort of the direction that's been established. I think that the key really is how much time do we want to offer a family who's invited to give their answer the time to give an answer, and whatever you all think is a reasonable amount of time. I'd like to think that given the information that we'd want to share with families, as much as it is a consequential decision they'd have to make, the information and hopefully some thinking, they don't have to have weeks to make that decision, as opposed to, say, 1 week. And then once that decision is sent back to us, then we move forward. I think the one variable that we need to think about is, if you see up there, we would go in order of these different categories. So flex zone residents, we reach out to all of them and say, you have a student in 4th grade at Blanchard. We know that we're looking to move 10 students from Blanchard to other schools in Acton. Are you interested? Please let us know. Let's say we had 10 spots and you had 15 families who said, yes, I'm interested. Then within that one group, great, we already know we've got enough. Then we'd run a lottery and then we'd identify the 10. If we didn't have enough to meet that demand, then the challenge is then, from a timing perspective, we'd have to go to the next group, which is the transportation efficiency group, reach out to them and say, are you interested? Give them enough time. And so the timing really depends on how many categories of individuals we have to go through, and give each of those categories of groups enough time to respond thoughtfully. So I think that's the one caveat. And so that, depending on how that goes, that may or may not shift when we finally release at the end of the road the actual class list. So to be clear, the first step is releasing to families the school rosters, who is attending each school. That's currently in April. Then eventually in June, that's when you would identify the actual, in this classroom in 4th grade at Blanchard, this is your class list. So all of that could potentially get moved a little bit, but I think to Peter's point, whether or not we move it a little bit, the goal is still just to have enough time during the school year where teachers can give input about student placement.
Okay, thanks.
I think it might be helpful to also understand just what the timeline looks like over the next couple of weeks. Our goal is to be able to release student school placements and the list of all students placed at each grade level within a school in the week after April vacation. And we're currently targeting probably like the Thursday of that week, I think, or something like that. And that's been consistent through the whole process. Following your vote, if you say that you want to grandfather students in, and knowing that siblings going might be a challenge, but if you want to provide parents the opportunity to opt out of that somehow, we would need to actually do that type of legwork starting tomorrow and starting to reach out to families so that they could have kind of the week before vacation, because we don't really want to count vacation week in this because we don't know where people are over the week. So we would be reaching out to a couple of groups of families. One group of families we need to reach out to immediately following this vote would be students with disabilities who are in programs and their families, to confirm how they want siblings placed. Do they want to continue to have their sibling with them at whatever the school is, or they might have a 6th grader at one school and they say, the students moving to a program in another school, and they might actually say, no, I want to just keep the kids at the school that they're placed in. So we need to confirm that group. We need to also confirm whatever the options are that you vote for grandfathering, and make sure that those families have an option to tell us, like if you're saying this group is grandfathered in, some families may want to opt out of that just because they know they have younger siblings coming into the system over the next few years and would rather have them placed together in the long term. So we want to also be reaching out to that group of families immediately following this vote so that we can then use the vacation week and the very early part of the following week to confirm all of our student placements into schools and get those rosters done so that we can share them with families. That allows us to then, once we've shared it with families, start surveying families for potential peer cohorts in time to then hit May 13th, which is our proposed date for the first educator placement round. So there's a lot of work that we've have timed out and ready to kind of roll after this. It just might be helpful to know what the schedule looks like in terms of thinking about how we're working through this process. But yes, we have this timed out to be able to account for that. This part of the process actually doesn't need to take place until after all of that happens. This is not critical stuff. This can actually evolve more slowly because we're actually only talking probably about 15 students maybe across the entire district that need to be balanced. So it's not a big group. I'm not concerned about that.
Adam.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that the following student populations be grandfathered into their current school placements starting July 1st, 2026. Option A, Acton students currently attending Blanchard, and option B, students in the identified Acton-Blanchard flex zone. And that
So actually, hold on.
I correct myself in
We didn't know until tonight.
the West Acton flex zone.
Nick, is that correct? Right? I just want to check, because we're on option 7. Yes.
I would phrase it as students in the Scenario 7 expanded Blanchard zone, to be specific.
I'm gonna
Get rid of the flex zone.
just call it a zone.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything I said before, and then option B, students in the Scenario 7 expanded Blanchard zone. And that this applies only to students already enrolled in an elementary school and attending grades K through 5 during the 2025-2026 school year, and does not apply to students entering kindergarten, younger siblings of existing students not yet enrolled in the schools, or students who enroll in the district after June 30th, 2026. And that parents of eligible students may express a preference to opt out of grandfathering, with the final placement decision remaining with the district. I further move that to balance section sizes and meet specific district operational needs for the 2026-2027 school year, the superintendent or their designee may offer additional school assignment options to families not covered by the baseline grandfathering rules. This only applies to class sizes at the Blanchard Memorial School in grades that exceed the anticipated average class size for the district at that grade level. These additional school assignment options are subject to parent approval and will be prioritized in the following order. Priority 1, flex zone residents. Priority 2, transportation efficiency. And priority 3, self-transportation.
Second. All right, all that was moved by Adam and seconded by Glenn. Any further discussion? Liz.
I think it's too messy. I don't think that this is something that is going to be well received. I think that it's a little bit favoritism. I think that we should just go full geographic from the start. I think that, picking and choosing, appeasing the few and making the many, we're at a point where, we've had now a decade of cutting expenses, and we've had such an impassioned community display, which I appreciate, and if that had been in year 2 of our unprecedented financial struggles, I think we wouldn't be here today without the 6 schools and the choice. I think that we can't afford to have the choice anymore, and I think that we really just need to go to the geographic and not be, cherry picking who gets this added benefit of being able to stay in their current building.
Yenchen.
I kind of agree with you.
Lisa.
I also agree with Liz and Yanshin.
Adam.
I respect what you're saying, but I don't think that this is favoritism. I think this is setting a baseline and then using the tools that we have in a temporary way to actually meet the needs that we have to reach the goals that we want, which is a balanced set of classrooms, reasonable class sizes. If we do straight-on geographic placement, we still end up with very large class sizes in some of the schools, and we're not putting in place a way to give the district a relief valve to balance those class sizes. And as soon as we say we need to have a relief valve to balance the class sizes, then the question is, what's the valve? How do you do that, and how do you make that choice? And you've got people who've raised their hand already saying, I'm willing to help with this. And yes, it's self-serving for them as well, but it helps us. And so then you get to that point of, do I want to allow just the numbers that I need who want to exit from Blanchard or go to somewhere else? Or do I want to say, here's a cohort of people that happens to be balanced by another cohort of people that happens to be further balanced by a smaller cohort? Like, that's where I was getting at, that we've got the boulders figured out, we've got the pebbles figured out, and it feels messy because we're in the sandbox now. Like, we're really in the details. And again, I recognize it feels messy, but I think it feels messy because it feels like it's applying to everything, but we're down to 100 plus or minus students out of the 2,400 elementary students that we have. And like, these are the details I think that we need to be very particular about to balance both our overarching goal, which I agree with you is important, but also the practicality of making the transition today.
I'm going to start here and I'll work my way this way. Glenn.
I hear what you're saying. I think we need to give, excuse me, this cough is annoying. I hear what you're saying. I think we do need to have some mechanism for pressure valves to be able to be operated by administration, because to give us some flexibility and leeway and adjustment when things inevitably change somewhat. I think we're talking about, it is significant. We are talking about, you said about 100 or so, or just it's not a massive portion. It is significant, but I think that little flexibility does help with not just operational efficiency. These are people's lives. This is about making sure that we can maintain our goals for utilizing our facilities to the best of our ability and maintaining our goals for even distribution of demographic breakup. I think this is the right call.
Lakshmi.
So initially, I used to think like what Adam did, but then I started seeing parents' emails. And I agree with Liz at that point, because what we sold everybody on is certain set of principles, and we're starting to violate them. And it's extremely difficult to defend yourself, because how are those 50% Acton students who are going to a different school, their story different from Blanchard Acton students? I think it is the same. We are trying to spin it, but I don't think it really holds.
Andrew?
I think Adam's got something here. We are balancing the rigidity of this with something that reflects the individual student needs. If there's a way to be able to make a little bit less pain in this, I think it's worthwhile.
Yenshin?
Well, I think I asked Nick earlier in the meeting that, is it true that grandfathering will resolve hard challenges right now, but Flexon will resolve the challenges for the future? I mean, it's not, I think, I don't want to say anything anymore.
So, Lakshmi, I hear what you're saying, and I also remember when we took our vote on January 22nd, we laid out the overarching, here's the big thing we're moving towards, and we also said that we left some room for creative solutions. I agree with Andrew and Adam that there is an opportunity here for some really small cohorts, not to be, we also made the decisions, we were looking at this, we thought about groups of smaller groups of students entering well-established communities, right? To me, I am thinking about this on like the grain of sand level, like these are the little groups of students that are moving. I don't think we're harming anybody by looking at these 100 students by giving families the option to provide some feedback and opt out if it doesn't work. And I think we might be doing some good for those students. I'm going to wrap around before we come back around.
Can I just say one thing? I don't think I'm talking about hurting anybody or injuring anybody, but I think it feels like it's unequal. And what Liz said, it was spot on. It feels like favoritism.
Okay. We see that differently. Adam?
Yeah, I mean, my feeling still stands, and I want to, Lakshmi, I don't want to call you out, but I want to echo back something that you said to us for the greater group, which is you said, after I've gotten all of these emails, I felt less inclined to support folks. And that is totally your opinion, but I think it's also an important reflection back to the community that the way you engage with us, we're going to take your input and we're going to digest it. But the way in which you engage with us and you provide that feedback to us does have an effect on how we make a decision. And Nick, I want to thank you for a reply that you sent to an email where a member of the public was engaging with us in a way that was not what we would expect for us to engage with that member of the public. And you know, those actions have consequences equally as our actions have consequences. So again, not at all a statement on how you're feeling, but a response to the broader tenor and tone of the community that we do have to come together after this, and so we need to be mindful of how we engage with each other in both directions.
Liz?
I'm still not completely convinced. However, I wouldn't mind if there's a way that we can include this bottom piece without necessarily grandfathering in the options A and B. You know, so going to geographic and then having this lever to be able to say, you know, flex zone residents, we are looking to, you know, take a volunteer. We have 3 more children in a 4th grade class than we want to. You know, you're in this flex zone, and offer that opportunity for them to move to the other school.
I'm confused. So I think what you just said was the language under 6 with only priority 1?
No, not with only priority 1. I'm saying that language 6, I'm still open to with the, what's the wording here? The baseline grandfathering as geographic.
So
Go ahead, Adam.
If we look at the structure of the motion, the first part of the motion talks about grandfathering students. The second part of the motion talks about parent preference district decision, and I'm covering the motion that I made. So those 2 parts both relate to grandfathering. The last part of the motion does allow, basically says, we're just going to let the superintendent decide how to balance class sizes without that text that Peter's highlighted around grandfathering. So basically the motion, and I will come out and say, I don't necessarily agree, and I think we've got a motion on the floor. We should decide if we want to vote that, and if it doesn't pass, we can take another go at it. But to clarify what I think you're saying is none of the grandfathering language stays, and we just have this last part that basically delegates all of the class size balancing in a fully geographic enrollment process to the superintendent and their designee.
Because that's the way it would be in future years, correct?
Yeah, I think the thing I worry about, Liz, is that my understanding of the intention of this last section was to really address some of the concerns around, if you've done the other 2 grandfathering things, this concern around a very small number of codent students who don't have an Acton campus to grandfather to, and being able to solve that, not 100%, but be able to use a win-win. Let's take those codent students who are going to be in the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade that we know those class sizes are high, and give them the option to stay in an Acton campus. So it kind of solves 2 problems at once. And so what you're saying, you might not even need this. You basically just, we don't do any transition policy, and then the flex zones become active, and the district gets to decide how to balance class sizes based on flex zone. My concern is that that is a great deal of uncertainty for families until they know what building they're going to be in and the district figures things out.
Peter? You?
It just may be helpful to put up the class sizes for that option. Nick, could you just, go to the pure geographic one? Yeah. That's 7A.
That's 7A.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, so one thing to call out here, and I apologize because I didn't notice this. I noticed we had shifted a section out of Parker Damon in 4th grade over to Blanchard already. So that was part of what was solved to address this, just to be clear. But I think in this, when I look at this, there's actually very few places I would think that we would activate this. I think probably 5th grade at Blanchard, we would activate it. And I would actually, if for some reason we go with Liz's option and not what Adam said, I would actually suggest we look at Parker Damon 1st grade. Kindergarten, I am actually not particularly concerned about because we have the flex zones available to us immediately for kindergartners, particularly who don't have older siblings, to be clear. So I actually think kindergarten will resolve itself, but 1st grade at Parker Damon building is higher than what I would be comfortable with because it's kind of like almost 2 over the district-wide average.
And it also changes teacher placement that we've already announced to our educators. One educator has to move from Parker Damon to
In
Blanchard.
this, yeah, we have to figure that out, and we don't have an answer to that. And I probably would have, yes. But, so I would just say, we just want the flexibility to address the class sizes through that option if that's the case, because there's more than one school that I think we need to do that with in this scenario. But it's also very, very limited and small.
Lisa?
So just to clarify, if I support what Liz is saying about, using that flex zone, but would that end up causing you to have to move a teacher again? I just wanted clarification just to make sure. If it were this scenario, you'd have to move.
There are 2 ways we could solve it. We could either move a teacher, which is what's shown up here, or we could actually leave the teacher there and resolve Blanchard 4th grade through the same process that we've been talking about. So, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to move a teacher. If we have the flexibility through that kind of last option, then we can also do it through students too. And I think the only reason that I'm hesitant to do it by moving a teacher is when I look at Parker Damon now and the number of sections per grade level, there's a lot of shifting over the course of those grades, which means there's constantly bubbles in a school, more so than any other location. And that means that teachers are constantly shifting around. And I think one of the goals that we've had, at least on the professional level, is to try and stabilize some of the enrollment for teachers over time so that they don't feel like we have to make this one shift and there's a lot of continued uncertainty for them. So that would be the only hesitation I have to do exactly the way it's listed up here, but I probably want to give it a little thought too.
Thank you. So what I think I understand here is that if we did what Liz is proposing, you would have to use the flex zone policy to balance students.
Yeah, and
Okay.
No, we would use flex zone to balance kindergarten. We would actually use this option, what is it called, Nick? The last
Discretionary.
the discretionary
discretion
piece. We would do that. And just to be clear, I actually am not advocating one or the other. We can make either work. This is entirely your decision, and I'm not recommending one. I'm not recommending other. I'm just saying, if we went with that, I would want an additional caveat to be able to balance Parker Damon as well.
Adam?
Yeah.
Peter mentioned something that I think is worth further clarifying. If you look at the Parker Damon building and you've got 6 sections, 6 sections, 6 sections, then you have 7 sections. And then in 4th grade, you have 5 sections. So that means that for the year after next, you need to take one educator from the 3rd grade and move them up. And like you can see how that bubble, and it's not a bubble of 1 section, it's actually a bubble of 2 sections that really like there's a big peak between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, where those educators in a already difficult time of transition are going to be moving to a new school, deciding and you know, co-collaborating on what that school environment is like, and then they're going to be doing 3rd grade, and then they're going to be doing 4th grade, and then they're going to be back to 3rd grade, or they're going to go to 5th. Like there's 2 sections is a lot of movement, I feel, for an educator over the next 4 years. Peter, can you go forward to the...
But hold on just one second. I want to be clear. What I'm actually saying is, if we go with option 7, this version of option 7, I still don't have to do that at Parker Damon. I would most likely program 6 sections in 4th grade at Parker Damon and reduce Blanchard to 3 and provide more consistency and an equal footing across both buildings. Okay. So I want to make sure like that should actually come out of the conversation altogether.
But that requires us to vote that last component of the motion that's on the table right now, to give you the flexibility to move those students.
Both scenarios require that last piece.
Okay.
And then it's the committee's value judgment to whether or not you want those other transitional elements and flex zone usage.
Okay, so back to the motion that's on the table. What are we doing here?
I'm ready to vote.
Ready to vote? All right, so we're voting on the motion that Adam read, which is most of this page. So yep. So all in favor? Let's see, hands up. All right, so that is Glenn, Andrew, Tori, Adam. Oh, this is going to be problematic.
I've got the calculator.
Oh.
Tori, Adam.
It's 8 out of 15 and a half.
And
Hold on, no. 2.
That's 8.
hang on,
8.5.
Yep.
all opposed? And that is Liz, Lisa, Lakshmi, and Yenshin? And that's all of us, okay? We're doing vote math because we have to do the weighted.
It carried. So as a reminder for everybody, it's 2.5 votes for every Acton member, 1 vote for every Boxborough member. The 4 yeses were 3 members from Acton, plus myself, which gives us 8.5. And the noes were 2 members from Boxborough and 2 members from Acton, which is 7 against. So the majority was for yes, and so that motion passes.
All right, did we run out of motions to make on this? I think we have taken all of our votes.
Thank you all very much.
You think you're escaping, Nick? Thank you.
Thank you.
For your hard work on this. We really appreciate everything you've done. Peter, talk to us about implementation. Briefly.
First, I just want to say thank you to Nick. I know he and to Katie, who's behind the scenes, probably watching unless she decided to go to bed. I mean, I'll be honest, you know, they've been on the phone at 9:45, 10 o'clock at night, trying to sort challenges out that arise, just to try and make sure that they got to this. So I just want to say I've really appreciated all the work. Thank you, Nick. It's been great. So I appreciate that. And I think what we saw evolve was exactly what you told us, is that it's just a series of hard trade-offs. All right, so here are some just administrative updates to the work that we're doing. Some of this has already been shown in parent webinars, but I'm also giving a little bit of the background on staff placement, as well as just the financial overview of what we have to date on AB Forward and how we're projecting that out. So we are on track with implementation as we've planned it largely. There have been a couple of small areas that we've pushed and pulled, and I'm not going to belabor the point. The biggest area that we've had to push and pull in terms of schedule has been around how to book the movers, because we initially wanted to put out an RFP earlier, but what we realized when we started to talk to movers was that they couldn't actually answer an RFP until we told them how many classrooms would be moving. And so we had to get the initial staff placement process done first so we could have a reasonable estimate. The good news is it actually doesn't change our overall timeline because the movers continue to be available. We've been in communication with all the different moving companies that might bid on a project like this. And we have a different mover separate from that who's actually delivering our bins after April vacation so teachers can start to do what they need to. So we're on schedule. The moving piece was a little bit of a moving target, but we've since pinned that down. And we're in good shape. Following tonight's decisions, we will probably start communicating with families tomorrow or at the very, very latest on Monday, particularly for some of the students who are placed in our programs across the district, as well as some of the groups that were grandfathered in to confirm their intent for next year. So those are some next steps in terms of where we're headed next. Once we confirm all of that, we're going to know really where all of our students are headed, and that will allow us to finalize our special education and multilingual educator placements and make sure that we have all of our staff placements finalized, but we couldn't confirm those staff placements until we really knew where our students were headed, particularly with some of the higher needs that are served by our staff. So that is kind of the overall picture. We are on target still to be able to release information to families after vacation. As I said, that will likely be the Thursday after April vacation. April 30th is what we're targeting, just knowing the details of the work that has to happen day to day. What families can expect to see, we're going to be doing this in the Power School portal when we do release that information. We're going to do it very similar to class placement, so parents can log into the portal. They can see the school assignment for their own child, but then just how we publish class lists every fall when kids are going back to school, they'll also be able to see kind of a grade level list of students in the school so that then they can actually help us during the classroom formation process. So what people should expect of that cohort placement process. We want families to help us identify, we're looking for up to 6 peers for supportive relationships in the new school. We don't believe we're going to be able to satisfy all 6 requests, right? But the goal of collecting 6 is to be able to try and do the best we can to match, as many as possible. However, classroom placement is an extremely complex process. What we've done is actually create, for the first time ever, we now have a district-wide classroom placement process where all educators across the district are using same criteria, same discussion points around how we place students. That's something new, and I want to thank our educators because that's one of the things that does trickle down and impacts what teachers do every day. Teachers are starting to think about the groups that the students they currently have and how they might think about grouping students going into next year. That all goes into kind of a master database across the district now so that we can then think about how those students get matched. What will happen is once we collect the information from families about supportive peers, the teachers will be able to access that information, and then we actually have 2 dates planned for educators to come together. The first date is that Friday before, May 13th. It's not a Friday. May 13th is the first date. I believe it's a Wednesday that educators will come together. At that point, they're largely working in their buildings, but they'll be able to see the new schools that students are heading to, and they'll be able to start grouping students together into cohorts that they think would travel well together. The second date, which is the date we proposed the additional half day on May 22nd, they'll actually come together across the district by grade level and actually have an opportunity to collaborate with each other across schools to think about how cohorts of students within schools can now actually be merged across all the elementary schools as well. We wanted that kind of level dialogue where teachers think about their individual students, they think with their grade level colleagues at their current school, and then they think with grade level colleagues across all schools to create cohorts. That is a very, very complex process. I cannot make any guarantees about trying to, a certain number of potential peers, and we want to be really clear with families. We are going to try our best. And ultimately, any shortcoming there needs to be my fault and not any classroom teacher's fault. I want to be really clear about that. So parents, if that doesn't work, please email me directly and not a classroom teacher. It is not something that they could control because there were just simply too many factors out of their control, but we really will try our hardest to make as much of that happen as possible. Want to also just give you a little overview of staffing update. There was a memo in your packet, and then we also released, because I know it already was screenshotted and sent out on social media, so we figured we might as well just get the list out to everyone. But we wanted to get the list of classroom placements out to our community so that there was a good, consistent set of information. But Andrew, do you just want to maybe just give an overview of the placement process and what that entailed and why we made decisions?
Yeah, so again, very quickly, because I want to be mindful of time, and I know that this has already been a point of discussion, certainly in public comment, and I'm sure just in various circles, but we did release staff placements for next year in elementary, along with obviously the substantial changes for students and schools. The staff placements was also a substantial element of this as well. And I don't think there's any surprise that the reactions and the thoughts and the feelings run the continuum. There are clearly individuals who, for various reasons, are disappointed or frustrated about the decisions. There are some, we've received also messages of people who feel positive or enthusiastic, and then there's everyone in between. So I do think that there are a range of emotions. I think obviously our obligation as an institution is to support everybody given where they are at and finding pathways forward, certainly to listen and to understand. We may not be able to reach agreement or understanding about some of the decisions that are made, but certainly to provide support and opportunities to continue moving forward. To that end, the principals, I was in the room with them several times as they were trying to reconcile a lot of competing interests and identifying various opportunities. There are some factors that are very concrete, like licensure, what grade levels, subject areas, and then there are other variables that were subjective, based on principal feelings, where they had conversations about what they viewed as combinations of skills, experiences, needs, combinations that they thought would have promise both in the short and the long term, and then also teacher preferences that they factored in as well. Obviously, a lot of those things were going to collide with each other, and so judgments and decisions were made, and this is what was come up with, and that's what we're going to work towards. And then we sort of now are working on all the mechanical pieces as well as the adaptive pieces of developing and preparing for next year.
I also just want to talk about both short and long-term budgetary impact, and just give you some data. So, one, I am not accounting in this presentation for any facilities-related costs. What I am accounting for are only personnel-related costs at this point, because we have actually identified every single personnel to the individual, along with salaries down to the dollar. And so we know this is exactly what avoided costs look like, whereas with facilities-related costs, we have estimates and we have a budget, but we haven't actually accounted for them yet. So what I'm doing is going through the actual trued up numbers, essentially, for you and not speculating. So in terms of AB forward-related reductions, it was about just shy of $1.9 million, 1.875. We also, because of the reorganization process, we identified some very specific needs that were tied directly to reorganization. The addition of 2 counselors to bolster mental health supports, the shift of one of our one of our registered nurses into 2 LPN positions, because we could provide greater coverage at a more cost-effective way of doing that. And then we also increased elementary office support because we had reduced it a couple of years ago. The staff were already struggling to keep up with demands, and with the additional number of students and educators in a building, we realized we needed to increase that support. So that was about $415,000. So just keep those 2 areas in mind, it was about $1.5 million in net savings on the personnel side of the budget. I also want to acknowledge that there were personnel costs and expenses that were not AB Forward related, but just were part of general district operations. We had about $300 of attrition, and that is the savings when someone retires, their ending salary versus what the starting salary of a lower paid employee might be. We also had non-AB Forward additions. These are all special education related. Regardless of whether we did reorganization or not, we would have had to have added these positions because we must provide the services that are required. So that was about $500,000 in required additions. And then we had really 3 roles that we added. The middle one is grant funded, so there's no actual dollar value to it. But we did increase a custodial position at the high school because we cut too much and we're not keeping up with the maintenance and cleaning that needs to be done to avoid longer term higher costs to capital. As well as the K-8 humanities coordinators, and we've discussed that extensively in the past. That's something where we used to have probably 5 or 6, 7 coordinator positions, or did you just give me 8? 7 coordinator positions total for the elementary level, and we now have 1. We've cut too deep. We're struggling with literacy in particular, and we want to bolster that support moving forward. So that was about $200,000. So when you get back to the AB Forward related savings, that $1.5 million, we have about $1 million budgeted through the use of reserve accounts. So the actual year 1 savings is $465-ish thousand. I will say I saw one of the signs that people had, and they had it at 500,000 or something change. It's actually a little lower than that in year 1 savings. However, I think the important thing to understand is the year 1 the use of reserves in year 1 actually drops off the books. And so that year 1 savings of $465,000 actually becomes $1.5 million the following year in terms of district budget savings. I've projected out what the avoided costs look like on the top line. Those are only personnel related costs, so I increased them at 4.25% a year, which is a very conservative personnel estimate for us. We've been averaging over 5% over the last several years. In terms of our cost of contracts. So we're pretty conservative in our estimates here because we did, want to be, pretty transparent with the community about this. So you can see how that net avoided costs on an annual basis changes over time, but then you can see actually how that compounds itself over time as well. So what we've actually estimated is, by year 10, the avoided costs of this are about $2 million a year, maybe a little higher, but the cumulative avoided costs are about almost $17 million. And so just looking at what that looks like over time from a visual representation, it's the same thing. I don't need to go into detail on that, but I wanted to at least get some of this information out for you and make sure you understood what we were looking at and where we were tracking to date in terms of costs. I will also share, and I didn't put it on a slide, we did do an initial walkthrough with the town manager of Conant Elementary School. We have some uses that we need a couple of spaces in Conant for. If we use some spaces in Conant, we can actually provide more seats and extended day for families who need childcare next year than we would otherwise. So that's a good use of some space educationally for us. And the town hall in Acton is going through a major renovation next year where it would be much more efficient for them to be able to potentially use Conant as well alongside us. So yeah, that's all pending town meeting, but we are working on that with the town manager in Acton. I don't foresee a lot of obstacles. We talked about that with you before, but that would allow us to also avoid a significant chunk of the utilities costs and things like that that we have budgeted. So that might save us another $50,000 to $100,000 potentially. So that's some news there. So that is it for me in terms of the administrative update.
Questions or comments for Peter? All right. Thank you, Peter. Yep.
I just want to thank you, Peter, for this presentation, in particular, the giant orange line. That's what we're doing this for. Like, when people talk about bending the curve, we're doing some really hard things, but it's a significant savings, and this has not gone unnoticed by the two towns' leaderships, the finance committees, the select boards. They've all unanimously voted to approve our budget. They support the work we're doing. They know it's hard. They maybe aren't so happy about some of the details, but the goal here was to really bend the curve on our costs. So thank you for showing that, Peter.
We're not clapping. Thank you, Greg. Glenn.
$17 million, nearly $17 million of savings over 10 years is nothing to sniff at.
All right.
Yeah, and that also doesn't take into account any capital costs that we avoid of not renovating Conant too. And so that alone is probably in the $50 to $80 million range. So it really is a significant avoided cost, and it's hard to do that, right? It's not easy. We've heard that from the community, and I want to recognize that. But this is some of what we're tracking to right now.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, let's see if we can get ourselves through our remaining agenda here. Good heavens. I don't know who's... All right, we're going to drive on. You can walk around. So we are going to do, just a heads up that we are coming up on superintendent evaluation. It's like the end of the year is coming. So if you are a sitting community member as of today, you get to fill out an evaluation. Yes, even if you think you're escaping. Please return those to me and Julie by May 22nd. She'll prepare the paperwork for us like usual. Members of the public are also invited to send feedback regarding superintendent evaluation input to both myself and Julie Lalumiere by May 22nd, and I can help you with the process. Peter, I think you commented last time I talked to you about this that you like to have these written to you like somebody's having a conversation, as opposed to being in the third person?
I'm going to be honest, I don't remember much at this point of the night.
Okay, totally fair.
So I will withhold judgment.
Write them like you're talking to Peter. And so, yes, that would be the superintendent's evaluation. So now we are on to the second read on fiscal year 27 athletic fees, activities fees, and parking fees. So we are to the point we need to take a vote on this. Do we have any further discussion?
I move to approve the FY27 athletic fees, activity fees, and parking fees.
Second.
That was moved by Adam and seconded by Lisa. All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions? I am missing Glenn. Okay, that passes. Thank you. That brings us to the revised 2025-2026 district academic school calendar. And Peter, I believe that got after the half-days that you were referring to on the 12th or 13th of May, and then in the last couple of...
The first half-day would be Friday, May 22nd, and then we have additional half-days the Monday and Tuesday of that last week of school. Is what we have proposed.
Andrew?
Are you going to be treating these like regular half-days? Will the kids not get lunch? Will they get recess? What are these days going to look like? And how much of the classrooms are going to be depleted over the course of these times? And it's like sitting inside a hospice for their schools.
I hope it's not a hospice.
Me too.
I'm confident it won't be a hospice. I actually am very confident it's not going to be a hospice. Quite honestly, I think every year at the end of the year, classrooms are largely getting packed up because oftentimes, for example, any school where we're hosting ESY over the summer, the classroom teachers often have to pack up all their belongings and things like that, cover them up so that they're not getting moved over the summer. So, there's going to be certainly packing in the last week of school. I can't avoid that. I don't anticipate May 22nd we'll see that level of disruption because there's still a significant amount of time. We have talked to the principals about creating schedules that, honor kind of how kids need to experience a school day. So it's not just like 4 Wednesday schedules during that last week of school. I don't have the specifics for you on what that day looks like, but we have talked to principals about not trying to replicate the 4 days of all Wednesdays every day.
Will you do lunch like you would normally do on a regular school day or lunch like you would do on a Wednesday?
I believe it's the intention to do lunch like on a Wednesday.
Adam.
I move
hang
to-
on. Nope, hang on. Yenshin.
I think I heard from the communities that the community feedback is that the 3 additional half-days, while it is necessary for teachers to have the time to pack up, but it poses a logistic challenge for people who have to work. Childcare is really scarce at the moment. Is community ed going to provide any additional programs?
Yes, with a caveat. So I think on the days, so the proposal is that Friday before Memorial Day weekend, and then the Monday and Tuesday of that last week of school, they are able to provide extended day to students who would have already been registered for those days, but just for the expanded amount of time. So if you're normally a participant in extended day on Fridays after school, they would be able to offer to you starting during the early release, but they wouldn't necessarily have the capacity then to take others who normally would not have been registered on Fridays anyway.
That's just a function of staffing levels.
Okay, Adam.
I move to approve the revised 2025-2026 district academic school calendar.
Second.
All right, that was moved by Adam, seconded by Liz. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I lost Lakshmi. Okay. That passes. Okay, we are to the Common Thread Task Force. Andrew.
And Liz. Common Thread Task Force, we wanted to put some additional information together for you so you get a little understanding as to where we're evolving the idea. And Liz, interrupt me, throw stuff at me anytime you like. The goal of it is to be able to capture all the things that happen inside the district that's separate from just the curriculum stuff. So we'll be doing cataloging current school and past school traditions and norms historically in our district, facilitating engagement through summer 2026. Our goal is to build a playbook, to be able to have a resource online that describes not only what we have done, but how to do the things we have done as a district. We're looking to do a series of sessions from late April through to the beginning of the year, beginning of school year, with some engagement things happening once a month. Jen Faber has been voluntold to join, and we thank her for her acquiescence, and Liz and I will be co-chairing, and I think it's going to be a great way for us to get a lot of the people involved who will then spark involvement and enrichment inside the schools once they start up at the beginning of the school year.
And someone just mentioned to me that we do actually have 178 people watching live. So I just want to invite anybody who has ideas, wants to find out more, feel free to email Andrew and myself because, we're really looking for this to be a community-driven initiative.
And to that end, we are building out a whole digital pipeline to be able to capture ideas, to be able to present them, to be able to have as much clarity and transparency as we can to the folks who are interested in where this is going, either from a contribution or from an audience and SNARK point of view.
Glenn?
This looks excellent. This looks very well thought out. I think you two are going to rock it.
Adam?
I second that.
I'm going to reiterate my concerns from before that, in particular, the charge here describes this as something that's structured after the PTO. And I believe wholeheartedly in the activities that need to be done. I really like what you've laid out. I just don't feel like this is a task force of the school committee, particularly when the membership is just 2 school committee members and someone from the administration who's been voluntold. I feel like this is better suited as a function of liaisonship to the JPTSOs. And I know that the JPTSOs don't necessarily have the resources, but that to me feels like the better vehicle through which to do this work than to vote a task force that has to have open meetings and minutes and all of that. And if that's the case, I'm not comfortable with the membership of the task force because it's too narrow.
So a couple of things. As of June 30th, there aren't PTOs, except for Blanchard. There's no one in that capacity. So our goal, and if you look at MASC, one of the things you can do is task force or advisory board. It's probably better called an advisory board here. All of the concerns that you have are administrative and nothing that anyone's particularly concerned about accomplishing. And the leadership of this is as of today. I do expect that we're going to bring many more people in as it comes to who's representing the administration, who's representing from the committee. This is the maximum minimum based on our policies. We are welcoming everybody at the table, everybody else, 178 of you watching, please go to bed, to join in and be a part of this. When it comes again to the administration, I don't think it's going to be a heavy hand. I don't think the open meeting law is going to be a heavy hand. I think it's going to be something that's going to be helpful. And as the committee, the school committee, is adjusting, revising, and reinventing, we should not only look at what happens inside the schools, but actually what happens outside schoolrooms. We should be responsible for ensuring that we're continuing to make Acton the best place it can be. Acton-Boxborough, excuse me.
Adam?
Again, I'm totally aligned with the intention. My concern is without a clearly defined membership, I worry that we have the opportunity to not be inclusive as possible. If we don't have someone from every region, if we don't have a list of interested parties who are not the three that are listed here, I just am concerned about how we ensure that we have guardrails around representation for all the organizations and all the groups that need to be covered here. And that, for me, was the goal originally of saying, I would like to see a membership that better represents the school community as a whole, recognizing that they're all moving and fluctuating. But that's your goal here, is to make sure that you capture all that. And I don't know how we make sure that you're able to do that if you don't have people who've raised their hand and said, I'm interested in supporting this from the community side.
If we're talking about people who have raised their hands, the JTPSO groups that have met have raised their hands to be a part. CPAC has raised their hand to be a part. I've spoken with some of the principals who wanted to be a part. I've spoken with other teachers who've wanted to be a part. We'll have full representation. That's the goal. We want this to be open, and we will continue to recruit to ensure that it is. You will not, your concerns will be allayed in practice and passion.
I feel like we're having the exact opposite conversation that we had around enrollment procedures and policy. I hear your words. I hear superintendent designate. I don't see it written down. I don't see the accountability for that, and that's my concern.
Glenn?
Point of parliamentary inquiry. So is there a motion on the table right now? No? Okay. So moving on to discussion then. I agree with Andrew here. I think this is nimble enough and it's official enough and it's front-facing enough to serve its need of having a front-facing community input. I trust you two on this. It's fine.
I'll second that.
A wondering I have is now that we actually have some boundaries and people are figuring out what schools are headed for, I wonder if we might come back with an updated membership when we have some people who know where they're headed and might raise their hands and say, I want to be tied into this because I might want to be the seed of forming that next PTO.
So my anticipation is that when we come back on our regular basis to report back to this group what we're doing, you'll have that information from the people that are part of this.
So maybe we're aiming for what is this? This is April. Maybe we're aiming for a May or an early June update of let's see if we could get somebody out of each building.
I would expect, we're planning on having our first session sometime after school break. So whatever our first meeting is after that, we'll do a full update.
Yeah, looking for, could we designate formally a member from each, to address some of what Adam's saying? So bring back an updated, vote this now, we got to get it moving, but bring back an updated list that, gives us that.
I would anticipate that we could have that available in May.
Sounds awesome. Okay.
Can I move to approve the Common Thread Task Force proposed membership roster, charge, and schedule?
Second.
That was moved by Liz and seconded by Yenshin. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, so you're going to make me write things down. Lakshmi and Adam. Any abstentions? Okay. I think that passes. Andrew, is there anything you'd like to say about personnel?
No, it's been pretty static. We actually, just as a side note, we have started the normal spring hiring process for anticipated openings for next fall, and those are underway. So those who know educators who might be interested in positions, we'd encourage you to look at our job posting site, and there's postings listed, and we're encouraged and optimistic about finding candidates to join us next year.
Awesome. We are now to talking about the Acton School Committee member retirements, and Leela has not been able to get in here, which is unfortunate, but I'm going to speak to both of you as if Leela's here, because she's going to listen to this if she isn't listening right now. Leela and Shen, we started on this path together a little over 3 years ago. None of us knew what was coming, what it would feel like to sit in these seats and make difficult decisions under public scrutiny, especially on nights like tonight, or how quickly the challenges would unfold after the fall of 2023, the override and everything that followed. Leela has kept us student-focused through a remarkable ability to translate what we're discussing into what students actually experience today. I didn't anticipate how quickly I was going to forget that Leela is half my age, because she speaks with the insight and quiet confidence, not just of someone who belongs at this table, but somebody I could see leading it. She's been a strong advocate for ensuring our schools were fully funded during a difficult time, and consistently brought forward the perspectives of those who face barriers to participating in our processes. As a member and chair of the policy sub, Leela brought thoughtful analysis and deep commitment to doing right by students and staff. She built meaningful connections with students, and I am so grateful she accepted the role of vice chair. I value Leela's counsel, humor, encouragement, and her sense of when I need a dose of each. Shen, as you said when you nominated me for chair last year, it hasn't always been easy. We both care deeply about our schools, and we don't always approach the work the same way, and that's a good thing. I appreciate how, instead of seeking the spotlight, you are always there coaching others to see what they can become and then holding us accountable along the way. You have brought forward voices in our community who don't always feel represented, and I feel more confident navigating our diverse community when I know you're by my side. You bring a unifying spirit to our work. On Policy Sub, you helped us not just see how policies, to see how policies can be experienced differently than maybe we intended, not just in theory, but in real people's lives. And in Capital and Budget Sub, you asked questions that made our work stronger and brought a steady sense of the bigger picture, just like you did tonight. You've helped us communicate what mattered to the right people at the right time in a way that could truly be heard. And so much of what you do happens behind the scenes. You are somebody who quietly builds trust, you connect perspectives, and you do the work that allows us to move forward together. In our most difficult and often contentious moments, you have a way of lowering the temperature and bringing us back to what we share. I value knowing when you've made a decision, you've fully wrestled with how to bring people together, and that if there were a better path, you would have found it. And I appreciate your sense of when I need a pep talk and how to deliver it in a way that ends with a yes, ma'am from me. You know, Leela and Shen together, you two have woven a community's worth of ideas into the strongest shared outcome of our term, our vision of a graduate. It is our keystone statement of what we believe matters in education, and in it, our whole community can see a reflection of who we hope our children will become. That is an extraordinary achievement. You have both served us so well because of the skill and dedication you bring to this work, enhanced by lived experiences and the connections that you bring. The more diverse this committee is, the better we represent our community. And I challenge the rest of us to remember that, and to make the extra effort in the coming years to reach out to those who come from different backgrounds from our own, and those who may wonder if their voices will be heard. It has been an honor to serve alongside you. Thank you for your courage, your integrity, and the care you've brought to every decision. You leave our district stronger than you found it, and we are deeply grateful. Now you may applaud. And I was long-winded, but it was appropriate. I will pause here for the rest of the committee if anybody would like to share their comments as well. Flowers. Oh. And I think there's a, did you have the card? Thank you, Adam. Adam.
Yenshin, I just want to again say thank you for your thoughtful partnership over the past 3 years. It's been great to have you around the table, great to have your perspective. And I know that at times it's been really challenging for you, and I'm just so proud of your ability to persevere through those challenges and bring your perspective to our table, to the community, and so thank you for that.
Glenn.
You made me feel so welcome and valued.
Lisa.
I just want to note that it's 11 o'clock, and I don't know if I'm going to articulate my sentiments as well as eloquently as everyone else did, but I do want to tell you that even though I've only served with you for less than a year, you've made a huge impact. I've learned so much from you, and thank you for kind of taking me under your wing and teaching me everything you know. I'm going to miss you. I think you've just been such a valuable member of the committee, and I love hearing what you have to say. And I think you're one of those people, when you say something, everyone listens, because, you know, you might not say something really long-winded, but you get right to the point, and you always have something really thoughtful. And thank you so much for bringing all of your perspectives and for all that you've taught me. Thank you.
I'll be brief. You've been such a great colleague. Make sure that you look at the back of the card, because I took up the whole back. But I appreciate all of our time together, and I hope that we continue to keep controlling my husband and children together, because that's just really fun.
I was recently reminded that with my departure, the school committee ends a 20-year stunt with East Asian representation. I wasn't sure how to make of it. This certainly has been an education. I will miss every one of you. But I probably will stay away from this building for a little while. Thank you.
Yangshin, I would just say, both to you and Leela, thank you for all you've given over the last few years. This is a hard job. People don't know how hard it is until they're on the inside of it. But it's been wonderful working with you, and thank you so much.
All right, items on the consent agenda do not usually require discussion and are approved with one vote unless any member would like to hold an item for discussion in a separate vote. I will read each item, and if a member would like it held, please say hold. Members do not have to attend a meeting to vote on the minutes. Approval of ABRSC meeting minutes 3/19/26. Approval of ABRSC meeting minutes budget hearing 3/5/26. Recommendation to approve budget transfers per policy DJB. Approval of warrants as presented in the packet 4/9/26. All right, given that no items were held, is there a motion to approve the consent?
So moved.
Is there a second? All right, that was moved by Adam, seconded by Lisa. All in favor?
Aye.
Move to adjourn.
Opposed? Yep.
Second.
All right, that was really fast. Adam, Lisa, all in favor?
No, it was Liz.
Liz, thank you. I just hearing and writing. All in favor?
Aye.
And just so you know, the budget message for the town warrant is in your FYI section of the packet. That goes to all households in both communities, and it goes in our budget book for our town meeting.
All in favor? Aye. Great, thank you. 11:03.